CDH Films presents an animated storybook retold with Legos, The Last Olympian, Book 5 and final of Percy Jackson and the Olympians, from the original novel by Rick Riordan. It had been a year since the big battle at Camp Half-Blood, and Percy Jackson didn't spend too much time at the camp this summer. Instead, he made a lot of time to hang out with Rachel Elizabeth Dare, his only mortal friend. But Percy knew he would soon have to make time for other things. Preparations for the ultimate battle with Kronos. It was already August, and the time was very close. Percy and his mom Sally and his new stepdad Paul had taken Rachel with them south to the beach in Montauk. While Sally and Paul tried to catch some alone time, Paul let Percy drive his car down the beach road for practice, and Rachel went with him. It was pretty surprising to Percy that Paul would trust him alone with the car, and Percy wasn't even 16 yet. That was another thing stuck on Percy's mind. His 16th birthday was on August 18th, and that was just a few days away. Which also meant that would be the time when he would have to make a single choice that would either save or destroy the world. Also, Rachel's family was going on vacation to the Caribbean and was inviting Percy to come along. But Percy wasn't even sure if there would be any time for that with the fate of the world on his hands. Rachel did know all about it, but he was still worried about disappointing her. "You'd be doing me a great favor if you came," she told him. "Also, there's this thing I've been needing to talk to you about. She didn't get to finish, because just then, the day and the car was ruined by a big crunch. On top of the hood stood a big winged horse. It was Percy's Pegasus, Blackjack, and he was driven by Percy's friend, Charles Beckendorf. "Hey, boss," Blackjack said, telepathically. "Well, I guess you'll have to go then," said Rachel. "Go on, go save the world for me. I'll make something up about the car." Even if that would work somehow, Percy figured Paul would never trust him with the car again. Right before he left, Rachel left him with a pretty unexpected, real spine-tingling kiss. Then he hopped onto Blackjack and they flew down the horizon. Percy wondered what it was that Rachel wanted to tell him, and if he lived long enough to find out. "I'm guessing you don't want me to share that little scene back there with anyone?" Beckendorf asked him. "Not with anyone in particular, like Annabeth?" "Oh gods, don't even think about it," Percy said. "It's cool, man. Your secret's safe with me." They zoomed out into the Atlantic, and it was almost dark when they spotted their target. Seeing the Princess Andromeda again gave Percy a burn up his spine. Escaping from there twice was bad enough. Percy always remembered how Andromeda was the bride of the original Perseus. Naming that cruise ship after her was like an insult. It was as if Luke was trying to say, "Hey, Percy Jackson ruined our plans. Let's go get revenge by hurting everyone he loves." But he stayed focused. They circled the ship and they landed on the lowest stern deck. Then Percy told Blackjack to go and not wait for them. Blackjack was too big to fit in most places inside the ship anyway, plus Percy could always control the seawater to carry them back home. "Okay, good luck, boss," he called to Percy. "Don't let him turn you into horse meat." Beckendorf took out a piece of paper and frowned. It was a picture of his girlfriend, Selena Beauregard. "Hey, it'll be okay," Percy told him. "We'll make it out. You'll see her again." Yeah, you bet," he replied. "Let's go slice Kronos back into 1,000,000 pieces." They tiptoed 2 floors down, and Beckendorf forced open the engine room door. Inside, rows of pumping machines lined the walls. Beckendorf pulled out some jars of green liquid. The one-of-a-kind Greek fire, a magical fire that couldn't be put out with water or a fire extinguisher. They tied the jars to the consoles. Beckendorf had a built-in remote-controlled detonator in his watch, so when he pushed the right button, the fire jars would explode and incinerate the whole ship into nothing. From around the corner, they could hear screaming and roaring. Some monsters must have already discovered the hatch had been breached. Percy, we can't let them find the jars just yet, Beckendorf warned. We need time to get a safe distance from the ship before I can blow them. Then Percy, without thinking, decided they should split up to draw the monsters away from the bombs, and he ran out of the room without another word. Just as he exited the room, a Dracaena spotted him and screamed, alerting more monsters. He made it up to the open deck, and as far as a familiar swimming pool when he was blocked by a second mob. Monsters and enemy demigods had him surrounded.
Well, well, well,
said a familiar voice.
You're late, Percy Jackson.
His old enemy, Lucas Stellan, now possessed by Kronos, the Lord of Time, appeared right behind him. He spoke in the deep, ancient, intimidating voice of Kronos.
Come bow before me.
Yeah, like that's gonna happen, Percy thought. He shut his eyes for a second, and then, without warning, Luke's followers fell off their feet as the ship shook to one side. Percy had willed the currents to shake the boat, knocking everyone over, except for Kronos. Now it was a fair fight, and Percy charged at the Titan. Kronos swung his scythe, but Percy dodged it. But what Percy didn't notice until a second later was that the scythe left a straight line of blood on his shoulder. He felt like his entire body was burning up. Percy remembered learning how Kronos' scythe can make you feel like part of your soul was sliced apart just from one touch to the blade. Now he understood why. He felt his strength, his will, even his identity draining away.
Quite a shame you won't live long enough to see how I will destroy Olympus, as well as your servant with the explosives,
Kronos said. Behind him, a giant and a demigod were dragging Beckendorf across the floor, and he looked totally beaten up. And the kid who was holding him? Percy recognized him from last year. It was Ethan Nakamura, who had helped Luke become Kronos' new host in the first place. Kronos ordered them to check Beckendorf's bag for the Greek fire jars. But the bag was empty. There weren't any jars to be found. Kronos glared at Ethan so intimidatingly, Ethan was too scared to stick around to see what he would do next. Slowly, Percy began to understand. Beckendorf had tricked them. When he realized he was going to be captured, he ran the other way. He had convinced them that he hadn't made it to the engine room yet. The Greek firebomb jars were still down there, waiting to be set off. Beckendorf gestured at his wrist. The watch. Thank the Olympians they didn't take it. They must have not realized it was the trigger. The plan could still work. They could still set off the bombs and kill the monsters, but they had to get off the ship.
Well, it no longer matters, Percy Jackson, Kronos said. I've been expecting you here for weeks, and I finally have you now.
He held up a string with a scythe-shaped charm on it. Percy muttered, the communication device. The spy at camp. The Titan chuckled.
You cannot count on friends, Percy Jackson. They will always let you down. Luke learned that the hard way. Now drop your sword and surrender to me, or your friend dies.
Percy was in no shape to fight, or to run to Beckendorf and rescue him. Either way, he would die before Percy could reach him. Then, Beckendorf mouthed one word.
Go.
Percy just realized since Ethan ran off, Beckendorf's right arm was free. He raised it slowly and held his finger on the surface of the button. Percy had no choice. He just flipped over the side of the ship and fell 100 feet down the water. Beckendorf hit the button, and the whole ship exploded so loudly it must have been heard from miles. The explosion pushed Percy across the ocean, and everything went black. Once again, Percy had another vision. It was bad enough when he got one in his sleep, but when he's knocked out, that's just cruel. The vision showed a dark palace at the top of a mountain. Unfortunately, he recognized it. It was the Palace of the Titans on top of Mount Othrys, but of course the palace was now magically rebuilt on top of Mount Tamalpais. Percy hated to remember the 2 visits he had there. The image shifted so Percy got a closer look inside, and in the middle of the room, struggling to hold up a funnel cloud, was the Titan, Atlas. 2 other armored men stood in a corner, watching a scrying bowl. "Quite an explosion," said the one with the ram horns.
"It doesn't matter," said the golden one. "The gods have answered the challenge, and they shall be destroyed. I shall go east and help our forces, while you remain here and guard the palace, Krios." "I always get the stupid jobs where you're always hogging all the fun to yourself, Hyperion," Krios complained. "Fools! I am your greatest warrior," Atlas growled. "Take my burden so I can fight." "Quiet!" Hyperion shouted. "You had your chance, Atlas, and look where you ended up. Again." "Besides, Kronos likes you where you are, and on top of all that, the Olympians can barely handle their first little challenge. They have no idea what else is in store for them. Mark my words, in a few days' time, Olympus shall be in ruins, and then we shall return here to celebrate the dawn of the 6th age." The scene changed. Percy saw Nico D'Angelo keeping his head low just outside the palace. Then he turned and looked in Percy's direction. "You see, Percy," he said, "you really think you could survive this battle without my plan?" Before Percy could reply, he was woken up by his brother Tyson. Percy woke up to find himself in an underwater room. He felt his sword had already reappeared back in his pocket as usual. Tyson told him he had been unconscious for a whole night, and Poseidon's soldiers had brought him to his palace under the sea. Also that his shirt had burned away in the explosion, and that they didn't find Beckendorf anywhere. Percy stared out the window. He always wanted to visit his dad's realm. He would have been excited if not for whatever happened to Beckendorf. Beckendorf was supposed to graduate this year. He had a girlfriend, a whole life ahead of him. Percy couldn't believe it, but he knew it. Beckendorf gave up his life to destroy the ship, and Percy abandoned him. Then from outside, a blast of green light shook the room. "What was that?" Percy asked. "Daddy will explain," Tyson answered. "Come, he's blowing up monsters."
Tyson led Percy to the throne room, and just as expected, in the middle of the room was a man holding up a trident. Percy would have thought he'd recognize his dad, even though he'd only seen him 4 times in his life, but this time, he didn't. Instead of the 40-year-old on a Hawaiian vacation look that Percy had been used to, Poseidon was now in his more classic form, just with silvery long hair and a beard and dressed in a man's skirt. On his right was a green-skinned merman. On Poseidon's left stood a beautiful woman. Next to her was a dolphin. "Dad?" Percy asked.
"Hello, Percy," Poseidon said. "You'll have to excuse my appearance. The war has been hard on me."
"But you're a god," Percy said. "You can look any way you want."
"I reflect the state of my realm, and right now that state is quite grim," said Poseidon. "I believe I should introduce you, Percy. This is my wife, Amphitrite, the Queen of the Sea."
Amphitrite turned to Poseidon and said, "Excuse me, my lord. I am needed in the battlefield." And she swam away. Percy never really thought about it much, but he knew as an immortal his dad must have had maybe thousands of girlfriends, even before his mom was born. For Amphitrite, his existence was nothing more than a reminder for her that her husband did in fact cheat on her. That was getting a little too personal to think about. And plus, Poseidon did have plenty of other famous children with other women like Bellerophon, Pegasus, Chrysaor, Theseus. The list went on.
"Yes, well," Poseidon said, "and this is my other son, Triton."
"Your son and heir," the green dude said. He smiled at Percy, but there was no friendliness in his eyes. Triton turned to Poseidon and said, "I'll be at the front line, father. And don't worry, I will not fail you." And he left the room.
"I'm sorry about my family's attitude, Percy," Poseidon said. "I'm afraid they're quite anxious with the war. Oceanus and his friends hit us with everything they've got, and not even Briareus' support is enough. If only we had a whole army like him, said Poseidon. But anyway, we may not have much time, Percy. Please, tell me about your mission. Did you see Kronos?
He explained everything, though he got choked up about Beckendorf.
Beckendorf chose a heroic death, Percy. You bear no blame for that. Many of Kronos' allies were destroyed, I assure you.
But I didn't kill him, did I? Percy asked.
No, but you did buy our side some time, Poseidon answered.
Percy remembered there were some demigods on that ship, and now he was thinking, was Beckendorf's plan for nothing? After all, monsters could reform decades later, but a demigod's death would be no less permanent than a regular mortal's. Poseidon laid a hand on Percy's shoulder and said,
Percy, there might have been a chance that those demigods had escaped, but if not, they chose their own path.
They were brainwashed, and now they're dead, and Kronos is still out there, Percy complained. How's that supposed to make me feel better?
Not your fault, brother, Tyson said. Kronos doesn't just go boom too good. Next time, we'll use a big stick. Beckendorf's sacrifice wasn't in vain, Percy, Poseidon said. New York will be safe for a time, which will lead the Olympians to deal with a bigger threat.
A bigger threat? That made him think about the Titans in his dreams.
Ask Chiron when you get to camp, said Poseidon.
When I get to camp? Dad, no, you're in trouble here. I want to help.
You can't, Percy. You're needed elsewhere. Percy is good, Daddy, Tyson said. I know, son, said Poseidon. Believe me, I know.
Then, from outside, what looked like a meteor crashed into the city.
Percy, you have to go. You have to go now, Poseidon exclaimed. Listen, do you still have the sand dollar I gave you?
Yes.
Good. Then the time is close. With luck, we'll meet again on your birthday. Now go. And when you see Chiron, tell him it is time.
For what?
The prophecy,
Poseidon answered.
You must hear the entire prophecy. I don't know what your final decision may be, Percy, but your fight will be in the world above. Good luck, son.
Poseidon casted flashes of green and blue light around Percy, which lifted him upward, away from the palace, and back to the surface in the direction of Camp Half-Blood. Here's a simple tip. If you want to be popular in Camp Half-Blood, don't come back with bad news. As soon as Percy popped out of the ocean and onto the camp's beach, the Stoll brothers saw him from nearby and went to inform the rest of the camp. Seconds later, all the campers came down to see his arrival. There weren't as many campers now as there were 3 summers ago, or even last summer. Some grew up and never came back, some died from fighting monsters, and some who they try not to talk about had sided with the enemy.
Percy, Chiron called. Thank the Olympians. But where's...
He was cut short when Annabeth pushed through the crowd, and Percy's heart made a little ba-bump, ba-bump sound in his chest. She never actually tried to look good. She hardly brushed her hair these days, and she didn't really care about what clothes she had on. Sometimes they couldn't get through a conversation without strangling each other, but still, just the sight of her made his head feel fuzzy. Last summer, before Luke had gotten possessed by Kronos, he was hoping that just maybe they could get past the strangling part. "Percy? What happened?" she asked. "Is Luke—" "The ship blew up," Percy answered. "He's not dead." Selena Beauregard pushed through the crowd. "Percy? Where's Charlie?" she asked. Percy glanced at Chiron helplessly.
"Selena," he said, "let's talk about this over at the big house."
"No," she muttered. "No, no, 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 no." She started to cry. Everyone just stared, and were all too stunned to speak. They lost so many campers already, but this was worse. With Beckendorf gone, it was like losing the anchor of the whole camp. Selena may have been the heart of the camp, but Beckendorf was the soul. Then Clarice LaRue came over and wrapped her in her arms. She helped her to the big house, and the other campers walked back to their cabins. Only Annabeth and Chiron stayed with Percy. "Well, I'm just glad you're not dead, Seaweed Brain," she said. "Thanks, me too," Percy said.
"I'm sure you did everything you could, Percy," said Chiron. "Can you tell us what happened?"
He explained everything, including his dream with the Titans, except for the part with Nico. Nico made him promise not to tell anyone. He also mentioned that Poseidon said that there was another threat even bigger than the Princess Andromeda. Percy wondered if it had something to do with that unnamed challenge those Titans in his dream mentioned, but he didn't tell them that. Also, Percy said, "My dad said that it's time." So Chiron asked Annabeth to take Percy up to the attic of the big house. 2 trips up there before was even more than Percy wanted, so a third time was a nightmare. With the sun setting outside, the room was darker than usual, and creepier. On the opposite wall sat the Oracle Mummy! Percy always wondered why exactly the Oracle was a mummy. Annabeth explained that back in the old days, the spirit of Delphi would always choose a living mortal who was gifted with clear sight, a mortal who could see through the mist a lot stronger than most. And when its current host died, or just got old, it would move on and find a new one. She also explained that the only reason it stayed inside this corpse was because a long time ago, one of the gods cursed the spirit to stay trapped inside its latest host, even after death, and it had been stuck this way ever since. "But why? Which god?" Percy asked. "If Chiron knew, he didn't tell me," she answered. "Anyway, the prophecy should be right there in her hand, written in pencil on paper that's been sitting here since the beginning." "What? Seriously?" he complained. "You guys have kept me worried about this for like 3 years, and the whole time it's just been sitting here written in paper?" "Come on, Seaweed Brain," Annabeth said. "Well, you're still not 16 yet." Percy carefully slipped the paper from out of the mummy's fingers, and there was the prophecy, written down in plain English. As they went back downstairs, Percy wasn't sure how, but something told him this would be the last time he would ever visit the attic again. Chiron and the other cabin counselors were waiting for them in the living room. There was Travis and Connor Stoll for Hermes' cabin, Katie Gardner for Demeter, Pollux for Dionysus, Jake Mason for Hephaestus, and Selena for Aphrodite. Clarice was arguing with Michael Yu from the Apollo cabin, leaving everyone else out. Then she said, "All right, fine. You can all fight this battle without Ares. Until I get satisfaction, no one in my cabin is lifting a finger to help. Have fun dying." She slammed the door hard behind her. No one spoke, but Percy couldn't help wonder what the heck was she so mad about. He looked at Annabeth, but she just mouthed the words, "Tell you later."
"Now, Percy," Chiron said, "the prophecy, if you please."
With his dyslexia, it took a little while to get every few words right, but he was lucky to have Annabeth help him. On the paper he read, "A half-blood child of the eldest gods shall reach 16 against all odds, and see the world in endless sleep. The hero's soul cursed blade shall reap. A single choice shall end his days, Olympus to preserve or raise." "Well, raise should be a good thing, right?" Connor asked. "No," Selena said after being so quiet. "Not raise like rise up, raise like R-A-Z-E. It means to destroy, like turn to rubble," said Annabeth. "Got it," Percy said.
"So now you can see why we've waited to tell you, Percy," Chiron said. "You've had quite enough on your shoulders."
"You mean 'cause I was gonna die anyway?" Percy asked. "Yeah, I understand." "Maybe we could stop it," Michael said. "Maybe we can find this cursed blade and destroy it. What if it's Kronos' scythe?" Percy never really thought about that, but whether the cursed blade was the scythe or Riptide, he doubted he could prevent his soul from getting reaped.
Perhaps we should give Percy time to think about these lines, Chiron said. He'll need some time to come up with the...
No, Percy said. If the prophecy says I die, I die. How about we just move on? We still don't know who this spy is at camp, right? He told them how Kronos had been using a magic charm to communicate with someone at camp. Well, we suspected this for years, right? Connor said, uncomfortably. It could be anyone he knew pretty well, he said, looking at Annabeth. Like one of his siblings, perhaps, Kitty suggested. Excuse me? You two did sabotage that one quest with the hunters a while back because Aphrodite persuaded us. Ask Percy. He knows. She told him. The two brothers started arguing with her. Stop it, Selena shouted. Charlie's dead, and you're all acting like babies. She buried her face in the table, and they all looked ashamed. You know, she's right, Pollux said. Accusing each other won't do any good. We just have to keep our eyes out for that same kind of charm Percy mentioned. If Luke had one, then the spy might have one just like it, too. And we need to find it before we actually start planning our next operation, Michael said. Blowing up Luke's ship won't stop him forever.
Indeed, Chiron said. In fact, the next assault is already on the way.
Chiron walked over to a scrying bowl on the table, waved his hand over it, and the water revealed an image of something so big, even bigger than anything Percy had ever faced before. It had glowing red eyes, and its vaguely humanoid body seemed to be all wrapped in smoke. Percy wondered how the mist could keep the mortals from seeing something that big, because that would have caused the whole planet to panic. It's him, Percy said. Typhon.
Yes, Chiron said, the father of the first generation of monsters. The most horrible monster of all, the Olympians' biggest single threat they've ever faced. He is free of his prison at last.
It was hard to make out the location with the foggy background behind the giant. Percy did not want to find out just how big the giant was up close. Then he could have sworn he saw a golden chariot, a giant eagle, and some smaller figures flying and fighting all around the giant. Are those the gods? Percy asked.
Yes, Chiron answered. They've been trying to slow him down for 2 days. He's marching toward New York, toward Olympus. Unless the gods can stop him, he'll make it there in about 5 days. Most of the gods are there fighting him, except for your father, and Hades, of course.
So, who's guarding Olympus? Percy asked.
If Typhon reaches New York, it won't matter whoever's guarding Olympus,
Chiron said. Then Percy remembered Kronos telling him,
Quite a shame you won't live long enough to see how I will destroy Olympus.
Could this be what he was talking about? Kronos always liked confusing people, and the Titans in Percy's dream mentioned that they had more in store for the gods. It's a trick, Percy said. More is going to happen. We have to warn the gods and defend Olympus. Kronos has another plan. But you sunk his ship, Connor said. Everyone just stared at him, like they were expecting good news. They wanted to believe they had some hope. Percy glanced at Annabeth, and he could tell they were both thinking the same thing. What if Luke wanted them to blow up his ship so they lowered their guard? But he wasn't going to say that in front of Selena. He didn't want to make it sound like her boyfriend died for nothing. Maybe you're right, he said, though he didn't really believe it. He tried to picture how all this could get worse. He would die on his birthday according to the prophecy, and a monster who almost beat the gods before would arrive in New York on that exact same day. His dad had his own war, the demigods were on their own, and Kronos was still out there somewhere.
Well, whatever we shall strategize next, we should save after a good night's rest, Chiron said.
That's an understatement, Percy muttered. And the War Council adjourned. That night, for some reason, Percy dreamed about what Rachel was doing. She was throwing darts at a picture of Percy while hearing loud music. Yep, it was definitely too late to call her. Then Rachel's dad walked in.
"Rachel, what is all this noise?" he asked. "It's after midnight. You need some sleep for the trip."
"I couldn't sleep," she said.
"So, I take it your friend isn't coming with us?"
he asked, looking at Percy's picture. "He's too busy."
"He told you that?"
"I just know."
"Sweetie, are you still having those nightmares? Or headaches?" he asked.
"I knew I shouldn't have told you about that," Rachel complained.
"I'm your father. I'm worried about you."
"Worried about your family's reputation," Rachel muttered. Her father didn't reply. Maybe because he heard that comment before, or maybe it was true.
"Well, I promise you this trip will help you. It's good to get away from situations like this, and you've had some unhealthy influences."
"I'm not going to Clarion Ladies' Academy," Rachel complained.
"Never mind," said Mr. Dare, "but please try to get some sleep. You'll have plenty of fun tomorrow."
"Sure, lots of fun," Rachel muttered. After her father left, Rachel walked over to another corner where she left an impressive painting of a little boy. Percy wondered if this was a trick because the boy in the painting looked a lot like Luke, only younger, back before he had a scar. But Rachel had barely seen Luke only once just last year. How could she have known what he looked like back then? Even Percy had never seen any pictures of Luke that young before, but he could tell it was him. Then Rachel looked over at another painting on an easel. This showed the Empire State Building, with lightning and storm clouds around it. A big group of warriors stood on the balconies firing weapons at Typhon's giant hand. "Percy," she said, as if she knew he was listening, "what is going on?" The dream faded, and the last thing Percy remembered was wishing he could answer her question. The next morning, Percy wanted to call Rachel, but he didn't have a phone, and there weren't any in the camp. Well, there was one landline in the big house, but that was off limits. If anyone wanted to make contact with someone, they'd use an iris message. Percy never got over the fact that as a demigod, no matter what you did, mobile phone calls could somehow alert monsters to your presence, like the way blood attracted sharks. Annabeth had a cell phone, but he couldn't just ask her, "Hey, can I borrow your phone so I can call Rachel?" They say it wasn't worth the risk doing it even in the safety of the camp's magic borders. It was that time of the week again for cabin inspection, and this time it was Percy and Annabeth's turn to do the inspection. Percy's cabin got a 3 out of 5, unfortunately. Who could blame him? It was easier when Tyson was around. Tyson loved cleaning. Annabeth went over the scores for all the other cabins. Demeter, 4 out of 5. Ares and Apollo, 1 out of 5. Hephaestus, 3 out of 5. Aphrodite, 5 out of 5. Hermes, 2 out of 5, no surprise. And Dionysus, 3 out of 5. Then Percy found himself staring at Annabeth, which felt pretty stupid since he'd seen her a bunch of times. Sure, she was always cute, but over the years she was becoming more mature-looking than before, and she was seriously beautiful. Anybody could have easily mistaken her for an Aphrodite kid. As she went over the list, she finally explained to Percy that Clarice and Michael were fighting yesterday about some chariot they rescued in Philadelphia from some of Luke's allies last week. She said both their cabins worked together to rescue it. The Apollo kids seized it during the battle, but the Ares cabin led the raid. So they've been fighting about who gets it ever since. Seriously? Percy asked. They know that the fate of the world is near and they're worried about some stupid chariot? Don't worry, they'll get over it, said Annabeth. Eventually. Finally, they walked into the Athena cabin, which was straightened and well organized. Annabeth's bed was the only one unmade because she left Daedalus's laptop and her notes all over. As she cleaned up, Percy just stood there nervously. Even during cabin inspection, it was against the rules for two campers to be, alone together in a cabin. That came up a lot when Beckendorf and Selena started dating. And just from knowing that most of the gods and demigods are biologically related, you're probably thinking, ew, gross! Genetically speaking, gods technically don't have DNA, so nobody cared about your godly side of the family as long as couples weren't siblings. So, say if it were two kids both from the Athena cabin, then that would be wrong. But if it were just one kid from the Athena cabin and one from the Poseidon cabin, hypothetically speaking, then that's okay. Get it? Percy wasn't sure why, but those facts stayed stuck in his head as he watched Annabeth clean up. So, have you gotten any good info on your laptop? He asked. Only too much, she answered. I could spend my whole life just going through it all. Yeah, that sounds fun, said Percy sarcastically. She brushed her hair out of her face like she did when she was nervous. You know, she said, this situation with Selena and Beckendorf, it kind of makes you think about what's important, like losing people who are... Yeah? Well, losing who matters most in your life. Yeah, said Percy. Like, is your dad okay? He kind of regretted asking that, since it was usually a tight subject, but she nodded. He wanted to take me to Greece this summer, she said. I always wanted to see the Parthenon. Well, that's okay, Percy said. There'll be other summers, right? That was a real bone-headed question. He was facing threats that could mean the end of the world after all. If they failed, there may not be any more summers for them after this week. Annabeth checked her inspection scroll. 3 out of 5, she said. On the way back to the big house, Annabeth asked, Have you heard from Grover at all? Percy hadn't heard anything from Grover for a long while now. He could recall hearing about Grover organizing dryads in Central Park, but neither he or anyone had seen or heard from him in 2 months. Percy hadn't even gotten any empathy link messages from him. He almost forgot about that. He and Grover did in fact still have an empathy link that connected them together. Grover once said that if he died, Percy would die too because they were linked, so Percy probably would have known if something happened to him. He wondered if Grover was still in Central Park. Then he thought about the dream with Rachel and her paintings. He knew just mentioning her was asking for trouble, but he had always depended on Annabeth for advice. He told her about the dream with Rachel, and about her painting of Luke as a kid. For a moment, she stayed silent. Then she said, What do you want me to say, Percy? I don't know, Percy said, but you're the best strategist I know. If you were Kronos planning this war, what would you do next? Same thing, I guess, she said. I'd hit Olympus directly while the gods were in the west. Just like Rachel's picture, he said. Percy, she's just a mortal, she said with a tight voice. But what if her dreams are true, he asked, and those titans in my dreams said that there's more to come, and that painting she made of Luke as a kid was just too perfect. What could that mean? We'll just have to be ready, Annabeth said. How? Just look at the camp. We can't even stop fighting each other, and I'm supposed to get my stupid soul reaped. I knew we shouldn't have shown you the prophecy, she said. All it did was scare you. You always run away from things when you're scared. There was anger in her voice, but also pain at the same time. Percy had no idea what her problem was, but he was left completely stunned. Me? Run away? Yes, you! You're a coward, Percy Jackson. If you don't like our chances, maybe you should just go on that stupid vacation with her girlfriend. She pushed past him and left him in the dark. Again. Percy decided once again it was time for sword practice in the arena. Doing that always cheered him up. Plus, he wanted to see an old friend. When he got there, Mrs. O'Leary pinned him to the ground and started licking Percy's head. Okay, calm down, girl, he said. I'm happy to see you too. This was another problem Percy just realized. Since last year, he relied on Beckendorf to look after his dog during the school semesters and kept her locked in the arena. But now that Beckendorf was gone, Percy wasn't sure what to do with her now. Then she made a gesture that told him she had to take a leak, and letting her do that in the arena was never a good idea. So they sped off into the woods. It was hard to catch up to her, but he followed her to the same glade where the Council of Cloven Elders put Grover on trial. And in the middle of the glade stood the most unusual trio: Juniper the tree nymph, Linnaeus the satyr, and Nico.
"What is that underworld demon doing in my glade?"
Linnaeus asked. "It's okay, Linnaeus," Percy said. "She's mine. She's trained."
"Mr. D'Angelo, I absolutely refuse to help anyone any further with your father's minions disturbing the peace in my territory."
"I'll walk the dog," Nico volunteered. After he left, Percy asked Juniper, "So what's this about?" "Percy, I was just worried about Grover. He wouldn't be gone this long unless maybe something happened. I was hoping that Linnaeus—"
"I told you," the satyr interrupted. "You are better off without that traitor."
"He's not a traitor," she said. "He's the bravest satyr ever. And I want to know where he is."
"Listen, young lady, that traitor hasn't sent any reports since we voted him into exile."
"You mean you tried to vote him into exile until Dionysus reasoned with you," Percy corrected.
He was an honorary council member. It wasn't a proper vote.
"I'll let him know you said that."
"Now see here, Mr. Jackson, this is none of your business."
"Grover is my friend," Percy said, "and he wasn't lying about seeing Pan. I saw him myself along with at least 4 of my friends. You were just too scared to accept the truth."
"We are better off without that liar,"
Linnaeus blurted. "If things are going so well, where's the rest of your council?" Percy asked.
"They're just taking time off to think. It's been quite a busy year, but I'm sure they'll be back."
"It won't get any better automatically," he said. "We need Grover. Don't you have any sort of tracking magic?"
"I told you I've heard nothing. He's probably dead."
Juniper tried to fight back a sob. "He's not dead," Percy said. "I can feel that much."
"Empathy links," Linnaeus said. "So unreliable."
"Why don't you just ask around?" Percy suggested. "There's a war coming, and Grover went to help prepare the nymphs."
"Without my permission, and it's not our war."
Percy didn't know what came over him, but the old goat made him so angry, he lifted him in the air. "Listen to me. When Kronos attacks, he's gonna have packs of hellhounds. Once he's done killing all the gods, he'll kill all the demigods, the mortals, the animals, and every other living thing on this planet. You think he'll let the satyrs go free? You're a leader, right? So lean. Get out there and bring Grover back." He dropped the old bag on the ground.
"Grover will never be accepted back," Linnaeus argued. "He will die an outcast."
"I'm sorry, Percy," Juniper said. "I didn't really mean for you to get involved, but Linnaeus is still a Lord of the Wild. You don't want to make enemies with him." "No problem," Percy said. Nico came back and said, "Good job, Percy. From the look of his hoof prints, I'd say you'd shook him up pretty well." Juniper asked Nico if he could sense Grover, but he couldn't since Grover was a nymph, and nymphs didn't have mortal souls, but he promised to keep an eye out. "Oh, I would have gone out there to look for him myself, but you know how we nymphs can't travel too far from our plants. If anything happened to him—" "He is alive, Juniper. I'm sure of it," said Percy. "Don't worry. There must be a big explanation for why he hasn't contacted us." Mrs. O'Leary started taking interest in Juniper's dress. "Oh no," she said. "I've heard plenty about dogs and trees. I'm out of here." And she poofed into green mist. "By the way, I'm sorry about Beckendorf," Nico said. "He asked me to tell you he doesn't blame you, and that you shouldn't beat yourself up about it." Percy never got used to the fact that Nico, as a son of Hades, could talk to the dead. "Oh, and he says he's waiting for someone, so he decided to stay in Elysium. I'm not quite sure what he meant. I had a vision of you on Mount Tam, Percy said. Was that real? Yeah, I was originally following a lead on my family. You know, just trying to figure out who my mother was, what happened to her, who got me and my sister out of that hotel and sent us to that school. I may have a new lead soon, but that's not important right now. You know why I'm here, don't you? Percy was afraid to admit it, but he did know. Ever since last year, when Nico suggested a plan to beat Kronos, Percy had nightmares about it. You got, what, a week before Typhon gets here? Nico asked. And all the other Titans are on leash. Maybe it's time to think extreme. The other campers are no match for the Titan army. It all comes down between you and Luke, and there's only one way you could beat him. He had a point. Percy was easily wounded by a single touch from Kronos' scythe, and Percy couldn't even pierce Kronos. You could get the same power, Nico said. I know what the prophecy says, so unless you want to risk getting wreathed by a cursed blade... Percy wondered how Nico knew the prophecy. Probably from a ghost. You can't prevent a prophecy, Percy said. But you can fight it, Nico said. You could be invincible. Besides, once the fighting starts and you decide not to go through my plan, it'll be too late to change your mind. This is your last chance. And my sister risked her life to save you. Don't make it seem like she died for nothing. Do whatever it takes to stay alive and defeat Kronos. Percy knew it would be dangerous, but it might give him a fighting edge. Plus, he wanted to show Annabeth he wasn't a coward. All right, he said. So what do we do first? First, we have to retrace Luke's steps and learn more about his past, Nico said. We have to go see his mother in Connecticut. She's alive? Percy asked surprisingly. Oh yeah, she's alive all right, Nico said. We'll work on the details later. Now hop on Mrs. O'Leary. What? She's a hellhound. She can shadow travel, Nico said. It's an ability that comes from my dad. You can't do it, but she can. And she can take you with her. Percy could never imagine riding a dog, but Mrs. O'Leary was big enough and strong enough. Nico whispered something in her ear, and she took off. She was about to run into a tree, and everything went black and cold. Percy found himself surrounded in shadows that seemed to be reaching out for him. Seconds later, he fell to the ground with Nico standing right next to him. How does that work? He asked Nico. All shadows are part of the same substance, Nico answered. So you could say they're all connected. There's only one darkness, and all creatures of the underworld can use it to get around faster. It also works best at night. But you really shouldn't use it too much because it takes a lot of energy out of you. Once, I did it so many times, I slept in China for days. You shouldn't try it any more than twice a day, so Mrs. O'Leary's gonna need some rest. Anyway, there's the house. They stood on the front yard of a colonial house somewhere in Connecticut. Percy could never imagine living in a house like this, only since he had lived in an apartment building or a school dorm most of his life. It made him wonder what exactly made Luke want to leave such a nice-looking home like this. The front porch, for some reason, was decorated with stuffed animals and figurines. Nico barely touched the door when an old woman with Einstein hair answered. "Luke!" she cried happily. Her smile made her face unnaturally stretched, and her eyes were so gray, Percy wondered if she was blind. She hugged Nico, thinking he was Luke, then forgot about him and looked at Percy. "Luke, come on in. I have your lunch ready." Most of the living room was filled with candles. Percy started to wonder what could have made Hermes attracted to this woman. On the mantel was a picture of Luke as a kid. It looked exactly like the painting Rachel had made in his dream. How could Rachel have known about that picture? In the kitchen were high stacks of old sandwiches. The ones in the back seemed browner than the ones in the front, and Percy could smell them from the doorway. On top of the oven were a bunch of cookies. The rest of the kitchen was loaded with dishes. Luke's mom kept smiling awkwardly as she made more sandwiches. Miss Castellan, Nico said, we have some questions about your son, Luke. "Oh, yes," she said. "They told me he would never come back, but I knew better." "When did you last see him?" Nico asked. "Oh, he was so young when he left," she said. "Only 9 years old. That's too young to run away." "He said he'd be back for lunch, and I waited. He loves PB&J. He should be back very soon." "Oh, there you are, Luke," she said, looking at Percy. "You are so handsome. You have your father's eyes. Now there was a good man. He comes to visit me, you know." Percy turned to Nico and grunted, "Can we get out of here, like, right now?" "Percy, I'm telling you, she knows something," Nico said. "Luke was so nice," said Miss Castellan. "He went away so the monsters wouldn't threaten me. But I told them the monsters were no threat. They always sit outside on the porch and they never come in." "Miss Castellan, may I ask what happened to your eyes?" Percy asked. "Oh, you know the story, Luke," she answered. "It was when you were just a little baby, wasn't it? I had always been special, being able to see through the mist. Yes, that's it. And I was so special, they offered me an important job." "What kind of job?" Percy asked. "Oh, it didn't work out," said Miss Castellan. "Your father warned me it was dangerous, but I knew I had to try. It was my destiny. And now I still can't get the images out of my head. It makes everything so fuzzy." "I'm glad you came home," she said to Percy. "I knew you weren't ashamed of me." Percy could almost picture young Luke living here and scared out of his mind because his mom wasn't all there. Miss Castellan?" he asked. "Ma," she corrected. Yeah, anyway, has Luke visited more recently? Has he looked any different?" "Of course," she answered. "He was so different, with a terrible scar on his face and so much pain in his voice." When he visited you last, were his eyes gold?" Percy asked. "Gold? Why no, silly," she said. "Luke has blue eyes. Such beautiful blue eyes." "Ma'am, this is kind of important," Nico said. "Did Luke ask you for anything the last time you visited?" Oh yes, he was going to a river, but he needed to ask for my blessing. Isn't that sweet? I gave it to him, of course I did. Would you like a cookie?"
No, thank you," Nico said. "That's all we need to know. Thank you, Miss Castellan. We'll just be going..." Miss Castellan dropped her plates, and her eyes started glowing green.
"My child," she said in a deep voice, "must protect him. Hermes, help me. Not my child, not his fate."
"Percy, come on," Nico said. "We have our answers. Let's go." They shut the door behind them. Percy wasn't sure if the light show was still running, but he didn't want to go back to find out. "Hello, Percy Jackson," said a girl's voice. On the lawn, next to Mrs. O'Leary, was a little girl in a brown dress. She sat on a picnic blanket with a platter of sandwiches. Percy could easily see that the girl wasn't human because her eyes were glowing literally like fire. Who are you?" he asked. "I am Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. You look like you've had a long day. Would you like a peanut butter sandwich?" They finished their sandwiches quickly. "That was great. Thank you, Hestia," Percy said. "So, did you enjoy your visit with May Castellan?" the goddess asked. The sandwich was so good, it almost made Percy completely forget why they were there. Do you have any idea what happened to her exactly?" he asked the goddess. "Like some parents, she could see through the mist," Hestia said, "but unlike others, she was born with a gift." "Some bear the curse of sight better than others," she answered. "For a while, May Castellan had many talents. She attracted the attention of Hermes long enough to have a child together. She was happy for a brief time, but then she went too far.
What happened? Percy asked, and what made her act up like that?
That is the story I do not like to tell, Hestia said. I'm afraid she just saw too much. If you want to understand your enemy, Luke, you must first understand his family.
It's no wonder Luke ran away, Percy said. I mean, I understand that gods can't stay with humans too long, but Hermes shouldn't have left him with his mom stuck like that, not in that kind of condition.
It's easy to judge others, said Hestia, but will you follow Luke's path and seek the same powers?
We have no choice, my lady, Nico said. It's the only way Percy stands a chance.
Not all powers are spectacular, she said. Sometimes the hardest power is the power of yielding. Do you believe me?
Yes, said Percy. She nodded and said,
You are a good hero, Percy Jackson. Not too proud. I like that. But you still have much to learn. When Dionysus was made a god, I gave up my throne for him to prevent a civil war among the gods. It wasn't exactly a perfect choice, knowing there would now be 7 males and 5 females, but it was the best solution. Now I tend the fire. No one will write poems about me, and most demigods don't even stop to talk to me, but I still keep the peace. I yield when necessary. Can you do this?
I don't know what you mean, he said.
Perhaps not yet, but soon. So, will you continue your quest?
Is that why you're here? He asked, to warn me against going?
I am here because when all else fails, when all the mighty gods go to war, I will be all that is left. I will be the last Olympian. You must remember me when you face your final decision.
Just hearing her say the word final sent a chill up Percy's spine. He looked at Nico, then back at Hestia and said, I have to continue, my lady. I have to stop Kronos, otherwise there's no telling what'll happen to everyone I care about.
She nodded and said, Very well. I'm afraid I can't assist you any further than with what I've already told you. But I can at least return you to your own hearth. I will see you again, Percy Jackson, on Olympus.
She waved her hand, and they faded out of thin air. Percy, Nico, and Mrs. O'Leary found themselves in the living room of Percy's mom's apartment on the Upper East Side. Hey, who'd put this giant dog butt in the doorway? Paul yelled.
Percy? Sally called. Are you here?
I'm here, Mom. They all sat around the kitchen table, and Percy told them about their trip. So it's true, Paul said. All that talk about Greek gods and monsters and being a demigod, it's all true. Of course, Percy had already tried to tell Paul back in the fall, and his mom backed him up, but he didn't seem to buy it until now. So, you're not freaked out? Percy asked. Oh, I'm freaked out, all right, Paul said. I just think it's awesome. And Mrs. O'Leary here, she's adorable. I think she likes me. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I guess this whole thing explains the car, he said. Percy felt relieved. Paul was a pretty cool guy, even though he was Percy's English teacher and stepdad. Well, you may not be so excited when you hear what's happening. He told them the whole story, and how Nico had a plan to stop Kronos.
This is going to be really dangerous, isn't it?
Sally asked. Yes, Percy said, but if I don't try, we all die, Nico finished. We don't stand the chance against an invasion, and there will be one. In New York? Is that even possible? Paul asked, and how can anyone not see the monsters? I don't know, Percy said. I still don't know how Kronos expects just to walk into New York with an army of monsters with a bunch of New Yorkers in the way. But the mist is strong. Typhon, the father of monsters, is marching across the country, and everyone just thinks he's just a major storm. Percy's gonna need your blessing for this next part, Miss Jackson, Nico said. This sort of thing has only happened twice before, and both times the hero's mother had to be willing to let him take the risk.
Percy, please, this is crazy, Sally said.
I don't have much choice, Mom.
And if you do survive this process?
Then I go to war and fight Kronos, Percy answered. Only one of us will survive.
You're my son, she said. I can't just...
Sally, Paul said, I'm not sure what you and Percy have been going through all these years, but it sounds like he's doing something noble. I wish I had that much courage. Sally looked like she was trying not to cry.
Percy, I give you my blessing, she said.
Then it's time, Nico said.
Percy, wait, Sally said. If you do survive, please, keep my phone handy. Paul's number is on it.
Mom, you know how it is with demigods and phones, said Percy.
Please, for me, just in case, she said, and if you can't, just send me a sign. Something that I can see anywhere in the city, maybe like some sort of flare off the Empire State Building.
Like something blue? Percy suggested.
Okay, I'll remember that, Sally said.
They hugged one last time, and Percy tried not to feel like he was saying goodbye. He shook hands with Paul, then he and Nico and Mrs. O'Leary shadow-traveled to Central Park, in front of one of those huge boulders.
What are we doing here? Percy asked Nico. Nico explained to him that just like the way Olympus, the Underworld, Mount Othrys, and the Labyrinth moved over to America, the Door of Orpheus did the exact same thing and relocated itself here in the stone wall in Central Park. Luckily I found this sometime last year, Nico said. I guess you could say it's like a shortcut that Orpheus invented. You probably already know the story. Hey, yeah, I remember, Percy said. Annabeth told me about it. She said it was sad, but also kind of romantic. It opens the same way Orpheus opened it, Nico said. We need music, but since we don't have an instrument, the next best thing to do is sing. I cannot sing, Percy said, but I think I know someone who can. He shut his eyes and concentrated. Grover, can you hear me? He said in his mind. I need your help. Grover popped out of a bush right next to them. Percy! Grover exclaimed. Grover, there you are, said Percy. I was getting worried. Where have you been for the past 2 months? 2 months? We haven't heard from you since June. It's August now, and Juniper's worried out of her mind. Holy sweet pan! Grover cried. I remember now. He knocked me out. What? Grover explained that while he was helping the nymphs in the park, he picked up a strange scent of a man in a black coat. The man's coat looked like it was made of smoke, and no one seemed to notice him. And for some reason, people would suddenly collapse and go to sleep when he walked near them. But by the time the man left, they would just get up and go about their business as if nothing happened. Grover just followed him and eventually got his attention. He couldn't make out his face because it looked smoky like his coat, and Grover felt sleepy just from looking at him. Grover asked him what he was doing, and he said, It's always best to scout a battlefield before the battle, little satyr. And then, Grover continued, I don't remember what happened afterward. Grover, I think you met Morpheus, the dream god, Nico said. You're lucky you ever woke up. And it's been 2 months? Grover asked. Oh, Pan, Juniper's gonna kill me. You said he was scouting the battlefield, Nico said. He's obviously working for Kronos. A lot of the minor gods are. Percy, this just proves the invasion is coming. We gotta hurry up with our plan. Plan? What plan? Grover asked. We need your music skills to get this door open, Percy answered. I'm not asking you to come with us, but it's just that you're better than either of us with music, Grover. Well, okay, Grover said. Here goes nothing. He played his reed pipes and worked his magic. Part of the rock wall pushed itself forward and collapsed inside, revealing a dark tunnel. A staircase went down, and it was too far to see the bottom, which was no surprise. Thanks, G-Man, Percy said. No problem, Grover said. Be careful. Please come back alive. Percy looked up at the sun as it got lower and wondered if he would ever see it again after today. Then he and Nico and Mrs. O'Leary descended down into the underworld. The tunnel was narrow and so dark that the only light they had was the bronze glow from Percy's sword. Then, what felt like an hour later, they made it to the River Styx. Nico said they were going to need something from inside Hades' palace, and it was the only way. But the river's right here, Percy said. Nico marched down the cavern without waiting. He never mentioned anything about going to the palace, but now that they were here, Percy wasn't sure what to do. So like the river, he just went with the flow and followed the creepy little boy. Minutes later, they joined a line of corpses as they marched down the same path. Percy felt like it shouldn't have been this easy, but it felt sort of familiar. Of course it was familiar. This was the same path Percy had taken on his first quest for the Master Bolt. But at that time, Hades had actually expected Percy to come here, mainly since he had held Percy's mom captive. But now in this situation, this was probably considered sneaking around, and the gods were technically all-knowing. Was Hades even aware of them sneaking up to his house right now? Or even cared? If so, Percy didn't see any sign. Yet. Nico, Percy whispered, are you sure we... Yes, just keep quiet, Nico said impatiently. They opened the huge front doors with no problem, walked inside, passing the courtyard, and stood in front of the entrance to the throne room. Now Percy was sure something wasn't right. Nico, wait a minute. What are you... Nico ignored him and pushed the doors open, and there he stood.
Hades, Lord of the Underworld.
On his left was a beautiful woman who Percy recognized right away.
Persephone, goddess of spring, bride of Hades.
And his niece. Percy met her once before last winter, and did a quest for her, but that's another story. On Hades' right stood another woman Percy saw once on Olympus.
Demeter, goddess of the harvest,
a.k.a. Hades' sister and Persephone's mother.
Percy Jackson at last,
Hades said with satisfaction. What? Percy asked angrily. Nico, what is going on here? Why did you lead me down here?
Oh, why to talk, of course, Hades answered. Didn't Nico tell you?
Hades told him that Nico brought him down here as an exchange for info on Nico's past, and his mother. So it was all a lie? Percy asked. You just brought me down here to die?
Oh, no, of course not. Nico is very sincere about wanting to help you. He is as honest as he is dense.
Father, you promised he wouldn't be harmed, and you would tell me more about my mother. Can we please not talk about that woman in my presence? Persephone complained. Hades cursed himself.
I'm so sorry, my love, but I had to promise the boy something, Hades told her. Well, what can I say, Nico? Your mother was an interesting woman. For a mortal, of course.
He explained that his mother was named Maria D'Angelo, and that she was from Venice, but her father was a diplomat in Washington, D.C., which was where they met. Together, they had Bianca and him during the Second Great War, which was not a good time, especially for children of Hades. A lot of Hades' other children were on the losing side, so Hades decided to put Nico, Bianca, and their mother out of harm's way before he would lose anyone else, and left Nico and his sister safely in the Lotus Hotel and Casino. They didn't age, and were completely unaware of how much time had passed, and Hades waited for a good time to bring them out. But what happened to my mother? Nico asked. Why can't I remember her?
Not important.
What? Of course it's important, and we weren't your only children, so why was it just us? And who was that lawyer that got us out?
Hades gritted his teeth. You will do well to listen more and talk less, boy. As for the lawyer...
He snapped his fingers, and one of the three Furies appeared. Then she magically transformed into a human woman in a suit. "Mrs. Dodds?" Percy exclaimed. "You know Alecto?" Nico asked. "She was my math teacher." "Wow. Cool." Hades then explained that the only reason he had Nico and Bianca brought out during this particular time was because he couldn't allow Percy to be the child in the prophecy. "You should be helping us," Percy told Hades. "All the other gods are fighting Typhon and you're just sitting here."
"I am waiting things out," Hades said. "I just remain here with my forces intact."
"And when Typhon comes after you?" Percy asked.
"Let him try. Why do you think I brought my beloved down here and her mother in the middle of summer? Besides, when's the last time the gods ever helped me, or even welcomed one of my children as a hero? Nico will turn 16 in about 4 years. That will be plenty of time for him to train. We can hold Typhon for that long. When such time comes, he will make the decision that will save the world, just as the prophecy says. And soon, I shall be the rightful king of the gods."
"Even if you could make a good king, waiting things out won't save all those innocent lives up there," Percy said. "As soon as Kronos crushes everyone else and everything else, you'll be next."
"Well, you'll have a chance to find out, Half-Blood, 'cause you'll be waiting out this war in my dungeon."
"What? No!" Nico said. "Father, that wasn't our agreement, and you haven't told me everything."
"You've heard all you need to know," Hades said. "And I spoke with Jackson without harming him. If you wanted a better deal, you should have asked me to swear on the sticks. Now go to your room."
With a wave of Hades' hand, Nico shadow-traveled away against his own will.
"And don't feel too bad, Percy Jackson. My ghosts keep me well informed about Kronos' plans. By tonight, it will be too late for your precious Mount Olympus, and the trap will be sprung."
"What trap?" Percy asked. "If you know something, then do something. At least let me tell the other gods."
"You're well-spirited, Percy Jackson. I'll give you credit for that,"
Hades said, smiling. "You better let me go," Percy warned. "Seriously, or I'll show you just how dangerous I really am. I fought Ares, and I'm not afraid to fight you."
"I wouldn't do that,"
Hades warned. There was a crying sound behind Percy, and he turned around to see Cerberus. The metalhead was squeezing Mrs. O'Leary in his mouth.
"I know how much you care about my stolen hellhound, boy. Now, unless you want to see her become lunch, I suggest you drop your pen."
Percy did as he was told.
"Such a fool," Hades said. "You wouldn't have any chance at all to stop him in time anyway. Have fun in my dungeon. We'll check on you in, 50 or 60 years.
2 skeletal guards grabbed him and shoved him through a wall, and the wall became solid again. The cell had no door or windows. There was no telling if the cell was airtight. Hades' dungeon was meant for dead people, and they don't breathe, so forget 50 or 60 years. Percy was pretty sure he wasn't going to last another 50 or 60 minutes. He felt his pen finally reappear in his pocket again, a little too late. Meanwhile, if Hades wasn't lying, a trap would be sprung in New York by the end of the day, and there was nothing Percy could do about it. He didn't remember falling asleep, but he dreamed about Rachel on a beach in St. Thomas. Percy wondered if she was thinking about him and how much it sucked that he wasn't with her. At least that's what he was thinking. Then, Percy felt someone shaking him awake and whispering his name. "Percy! Percy!" It was Nico. Immediately, Percy remembered just how angry he was with Nico. He grabbed him by the neck and pinned him to the floor. "Wait, trying to rescue you," Nico choked. "Oh yeah? And why the heck should I trust you?" "No choice." Percy really wished he hadn't said something so logic like that, but he let him go. Maybe if Nico did want to kill him, he wouldn't have woken him up first. but he still didn't trust him. "We have to get you out of here," Nico said. "Why? Does your dad want to talk to me again?" Percy asked. "Percy, I swear on the river Styx I didn't know what he was planning. He tricked me. But look, I put the guards and Cerberus to sleep, but it won't last, so now's our chance." Percy felt like strangling him again, but Nico had a point, and he couldn't escape without help. He pointed to the wall, and the whole section vanished. "Come on," Nico said, and he led the way. Percy wished he had Annabeth's hat, but it turned out that he didn't really need it. Every time they passed a guard, Nico just pointed at it, and it collapsed and fell asleep. But the more he did it, the more tired he felt. By the time they made it out the front doors, Percy was carrying Nico. Then they heard the sound of gongs from the palace. "Percy, alarms," Nico said. "They already know. Save yourself." Then, as if on cue, Mrs. O'Leary appeared. It seemed like Hades just kicked her out without even caring about what happened to her. So they ran back to where they came from. As soon as they stopped, Nico slipped off her back, and Percy gave him some ambrosia from his pocket. "How do you feel?" Percy asked. "Better," Nico mumbled. "Your powers totally drained you," Percy noted. Nico nodded and said in a sleepy voice, "With great power comes great..." Whoa there, zombie boy. You can nap later. We're at the river. You gotta tell me what to do." Okay, but we better hurry," Nico said. "My dad should be coming soon." "So what do I do? Just jump in?" Percy asked him. No, you gotta prepare yourself first," Nico said, "or the river will destroy you. It'll burn away your body and soul. You see, you have to..." Boom! A ghostly Greek warrior popped up right next to them. There was a really deep, nasty wound on his ankle. When Percy noticed that, he knew right away who this ghost was. This guy was Achilles. "I warned the other one not to follow my path, and now I will warn you," he said. "You must not do this. You will be hard to penetrate, but at the same time you will still be just as easy to defeat. Your weaknesses and failings will increase as well." "You know, I could just wear something a little better than sandals. No offense," Percy said. "The heel is only my physical weakness, demigod. That is where my mother held me when she dipped me in the Styx as an infant. Yes, my luck ran out when Apollo blessed some Trojan prince and got a lucky shot, but what really had me killed was my own arrogance. I beg of you, for your own sake, turn back." Percy could hear the regret in his voice. He could tell he was trying to save him from a terrible fate. But then again, Luke had been here, and he hadn't turned back. Then Percy realized this is why Luke was able to become Kronos' host without falling apart. Dipping himself here in the Styx helped prepare him. It explained why he was so hard to kill. It would explain how he survived falling from the Titan's palace 2 years ago. "I have to do it," he told the ghost. "Otherwise, I don't stand a chance." "Then may the Olympians know I tried. If you must, hero, then you must concentrate on your mortal point. You must picture one single spot on your body that will remain vulnerable. This is the point where your soul will anchor your body to the mortal world. It will be your greatest weakness, but also your only hope. No mortal can be completely invulnerable. If you lose focus on what keeps you mortal, the river will burn you to ashes." "I don't suppose you could tell me where Luke's mortal point is?" Percy asked. "Prepare yourself, foolish boy," the ghost said. "Whether or not you survive this, you have already sealed your doom." And the ghost of Achilles disappeared without another word. "Maybe he's right," Nico said. "This was your idea, Percy." "I can't survive fighting him any better way," Percy said. "If anything happens to me, well, maybe Hades will get his wish and you'll be the kid in the prophecy after all." Percy concentrated and pictured a small point on his back. He figured it would be hard to be hit there if he wore his body armor in battle. Then, cannonball! Floating in that water was like swimming in acid. For once, he couldn't breathe underwater. For the first time, he understood what it was like to panic when drowning. His past flashed before his eyes. Faces of all his friends and family appeared in front of him and disappeared just as fast. "The cord! Remember your lifeline, dummy!" said a familiar voice. Then he felt a tug at his back. He imagined a rope keeping him tied to the shore. "Hang on, seaweed brain," the voice said. "You're not getting away from me that easily." Percy looked up. It was Annabeth, but what he saw didn't make sense. She was leaning over the dock at the lake in Camp Half-Blood, and for some reason he could see her wearing her baseball cap. But that wasn't right. She became invisible every time she put it on. "You act like such an idiot sometimes," she said. "Come on, take my hand." He reached up, and as soon as he grabbed her hand, he burst out of the river breathing again. "Are you okay?" Nico asked. "Did it work? How do you feel? Do you feel stronger?" Before he could answer, a voice boomed. "There!" It was Hades and his skeletal army with their weapons drawn. "You shall not escape me this time, Percy Jackson," Hades shouted. "Destroy him!" Then a dark wave popped out of the river and washed all the soldiers away. Percy manipulated underworld liquid without even trying, and he could never do that before. The only one who survived the wave was, of course, Hades. Percy pointed the tip of his blade at his head. "Now, just because I'm a nice person, I'll let you go," he said. "But first, tell me about that trap." But the god disappeared in black smoke, leaving Percy with no info. "Dang it!" Nico's mouth hung open. You just willed the river," he said. "You willed underworld liquid. I think the river worked," Percy said. "You think?" "Nico, listen," Percy told him. "I need you to go back to your dad. Find out what's going to happen on Olympus and try to convince him to help." "What? After what just happened? I can't do that. He'll hate me more than ever." "You have to try," said Percy. "You owe me, both you and him. Besides, you're the only one who might get him to listen." "That's a really depressing thought," Nico said. "Oh, all right. I'll do my best. Besides, he's still hiding something about my mom." "Good luck," said Percy. "I better get going. It's time for me to find Luke." He hopped on Mrs. O'Leary, and they raced back up through Orpheus's tunnel, back to the mortal world. Percy managed to call Annabeth with his mom's phone. "Percy," Annabeth said, "where have you been? We've been worried sick. We left camp undefended, and there's no way any of the gods are—" "I'll fill you in later," he said. "Just meet me at the Empire State. Just trust me, I'll see you there." When he hung up, he felt himself trembling. He wondered if it was a leftover reaction from the sticks. If this plan didn't work, he was pretty sure invulnerability wasn't going to save him from getting blown to bits. The sun had already set by the time he made it to the Empire State Building. Across the street, he saw a familiar shuttle bus with a company name on the side that said, "Delphi Strawberry Service," the cover name for Camp Half-Blood. Of course, selling strawberries was in fact how they managed to pay for all the camp's expenses. The campers were lined up on the street. Pollux, Selena, the Stoll brothers, Michael Yu, Will Salas, Kayla Knowles, Katie Gardner, Jake Mason, and lots of others. They were all ready for battle. Chiron came out of the back in wheelchair form. No one from the Ares cabin was here, but Percy tried not to look too disappointed about that. Clarice was a stubborn idiot. End of story. There were less than 30 campers at least. That wasn't really enough to fight in a war, but it was still the biggest group of half-bloods Percy had ever seen in one place outside of camp. A little voice inside his head was saying, "One of them's the spy!" But he couldn't let that distract him. Then Percy just noticed Annabeth stepped out of the bus, and she looked surprisingly nice in her battle armor tonight. "What is it?" she asked him. Just then he realized he was staring at her. "Oh, nothing, he said. Really, he just couldn't shake the thought of seeing her in that vision he had while being dipped in the Styx. He still wasn't sure what that meant, but he tried not to let that distract him. He turned to the others. "Thanks for coming, guys." Then he turned to Chiron. "After you, Chiron," he said.
"Actually," Chiron said, "I only came to wish you good luck, my boy."
"But you're our leader. You should be helping us. We need you," Percy said.
"Percy, I'm afraid being your mentor isn't the same as being the actual leader," he said. "I promise I will go scout for more allies. Hopefully some of my relatives will come. But it was you who called the campers here, Percy. You are the leader. I know you will do well. Just remember your strengths and beware of your weaknesses."
Percy took a deep breath. "Okay," he told the campers. "For all we know, a possible trap may happen by tonight. We have to get an audience with Zeus and convince him to defend the city. To Olympus!" When they walked up to the front desk, the guard asked, "What's this? School group?" "Listen, we're about to close down, so..." "We're not a school group," Percy told him. "We need to get to the 600th floor."
"Oh, elevators to your left," the guard said. "I guess you already know the way."
The next thing Percy knew, he and his friends were once again at the doorsteps to Olympus. Halfway up the steps, Pollock said, Guys, does anyone else see that?" He pointed at the horizon, and a blue light spread across the sky and disappeared just as fast. It didn't seem to do any damage, but still, it was strange. "It's like infrared scopes," said Michael. "Let's keep moving," said Percy. No one was even guarding the throne room, and the doors were left open. In the corner was an old friend encased in a globe of water. Bessie the cow serpent, a.k.a. the Ophiotaurus. Percy hadn't seen him since his dad took him to live in an aquarium right here on Olympus, and that was like a year and a half ago. Also in the room, sitting next to the hearth, who Percy was pretty sure wasn't there a second ago, was Hestia. She was a grown woman now, but with that same brown dress and those fiery eyes, Percy knew it was her. "Hello again, Percy Jackson," she said. "You and your friends are welcome here. I see you went through with your plan, and now you bear the curse of Achilles. However, I must warn you to be extra careful. You have gained much on your journey, but you are still blind to see the important truth. Perhaps a glimpse is in order." Percy? What is she talking about?" Annabeth asked. He stared into Hestia's eyes, and an image rushed through his mind. He saw two kids standing in an alley with their weapons drawn. It was Percy's old friend, Thalia, with Luke at her side. Thalia was exactly the same as he'd seen her before, but Luke was years younger than Percy had ever seen him, about 14 at least. This must have been back in the day when they were on the run, back before Grover found them. Thalia carried her same spear and her Aegis shield, while Luke carried a familiar bronze knife. They both stood in front of a sheet of metal with their weapons ready. Luke counted silently. 1, 2, 3. He lifted the metal, and a little girl flew at them with a hammer. But Luke grabbed her and she dropped her hammer. He managed to hold her tight with one arm, but she kept kicking and fussing. For Luke, it was like trying to hold down a wild animal. "No more monsters! No more monsters!" the girl cried. "Whoa, wait, Thalia, put your shield away, you're scaring her," Luke told her, and she did. "Hey, little girl," Thalia said. She made her voice sound much sweeter than Percy had ever heard before. "It's okay. We don't want to hurt you. Monsters!" No, I swear, we're not monsters, Luke said, but we know a lot about them. We fight them sometimes, too. Slowly, the girl stopped fussing and studied the two of them with their large, intelligent-looking gray eyes. Just looking into those eyes, they could tell that this little kid was a demigod, and they were sure of it. As far as they knew, she would grow up to be really strong, and smart, and powerful, and beautiful.
You're like me?
She asked. Yeah, Luke said. I'm Luke, and that's Thalia. You see, we're... Luke paused for a while. The little girl couldn't have been any more than 7 years old, so she probably didn't know as much as they did. Even with those intelligent-looking gray eyes, it was possible she didn't quite understand exactly what they were, or what she was. It was possible she never actually heard of the word demigod. Well, Luke continued, it's kind of hard to explain, but you see, we're monster fighters. Where's your family? The girl's shocked expression faded to a frown.
My family hates me. They don't want me. I ran away.
Luke and Thalia locked eyes. They both could relate to what she was saying.
What's your name, kiddo?
Thalia asked.
Annabeth?
Pretty name, Luke said, smiling. Tell you what, Annabeth, you seem pretty tough. We could use a fighter like you. Little Annabeth's eyes widened.
You could?
Oh yeah, Luke said. In fact, how would you like a real monster-slaying weapon? He pulled out his knife and showed it to her. This is celestial bronze, Luke explained. It works a lot better than a hammer. Under most circumstances, offering a weapon to a little kid may not have been the smartest thing. But this was different. This girl was a demigod, which meant you always needed a good monster-slaying weapon handy 24/7, so that leaves regular rules out the window. It doesn't do much damage as a sword does, but it can find weak spots, Luke said. It takes the bravest and cleverest warriors to use a knife, and you seem pretty clever, Annabeth.
I am clever,
said little Annabeth.
Well, we better get moving, Annabeth, said Thalia. We have a safe house on the James River. We'll get you some food. You're not gonna take me back to my family, are you? Annabeth asked. Promise?
You're part of our family now, said Luke, and I promise you, I will never let anything hurt you ever. I won't fail you like our family failed us. Deal? Little Annabeth smiled happily and said,
Deal.
Come on, Thalia said. We can't stay put for long. The image changed, and the kids were standing across from Luke's mom's house.
Luke, please, Thalia said. What if she catches you? Plus, you said you would never go back.
There's not much choice, Luke said. You need something for that wound. Before he could walk to the door, he was pushed off his feet by a golden flash. Hermes appeared right in front of them. How dare you, he said. Suddenly, the vision shut off. Percy fell to his knees.
Percy, what happened? What's wrong?
Annabeth asked. Did you see that? He asked.
See what?
He looked at Hestia, and her face was expressionless. He remembered something she told him back at Luke's house.
If you are to understand your enemy, Luke, you must understand his family.
But why did she show him those scenes? How long was I out? He asked Annabeth.
Percy, you weren't out at all, she said. You just stood there staring at Hestia for like 1 second and then you just collapsed.
He realized all eyes were on him. He couldn't afford to look weak. Whatever those visions meant, Percy had to stay focused on the mission. He turned back to Hestia and said, Lady Hestia, we've come on urgent business. We need to... We know what you need, a familiar voice echoed. The messenger god Hermes appeared right next to Hestia.
I will leave you now,
said Hestia, and she disappeared in a wisp of smoke. Hermes had a serious look on his face, and Percy wondered if he knew about the vision he saw. But he figured now that wasn't the best time to ask. Lord Hermes, he said, bowing, it's very important that right now that we talk to Zeus.
Well, I am his messenger, Hermes said. Can I take a message?
Then Percy thought maybe it was better that they talked in private. So he asked the other campers to take 30 minutes to go check on the defenses on Olympus. My lord, Annabeth said, Kronos is about to attack New York. My mother must have foreseen it.
Don't get me started on your mother, young lady, Hermes said. She's the reason I just stopped by here. None of us wanted to leave our home unguarded, but your mother kept pestering Lord Zeus on and on and on. She's the one reason we all made the decision to go face Typhon, who, by the way, is now only halfway from his old prison to our home. He has just passed through the city of St. Louis.
Do you have any idea what those blue lights were? Annabeth asked.
Some sort of magical work from the goddess Hecate, Hermes answered, but you may have noticed they have not done any damage. The Olympians may be absent, but Olympus isn't all that defenseless. Elias, the god of the winds, has sent his most powerful minions to set up a perimeter above New York. No one but the gods can approach Olympus from the air. If any of our enemies dare to try, they will be knocked out of the sky.
What about that popping out of thin air move that you guys do? Percy asked.
That is also a form of air travel, Mr. Jackson. You may be fast, but the winged gods are faster. No, if Kronos wants to take down Olympus, he would have to march his way into the streets, into the Empire State Building, and make his way up here through the elevator. Can you see him doing that?
As ridiculous as it sounded, Percy knew he was right. He didn't like it, but he was right. Well, maybe just a few gods can come over? Please? He asked Hermes.
You don't understand, Percy Jackson, Hermes said. Typhon is the most powerful and worst enemy we gods have ever faced. Ever.
I thought that was Kronos.
No, Percy, Hermes said. In the old days, Olympus was almost overthrown by Typhon. He is the husband of Echidna and the father of the first generation of monsters. We can never forget how close he came to destroying us all. It was easier in the old days. Now, your father has his own war to worry about in the seas, and Hades sits in his realm and does nothing, and Demeter and Persephone follow in his lead. We cannot expect any help from them. We cannot divide our forces, nor wait for him to reach New York. We must battle him now, with all our remaining power, and we're already making progress. He's in Kentucky right now, and he's already slowing down.
Please, Lord Hermes, said Annabeth, you said my mother wanted to come. Did she give you any messages for us?
Ah, yes, he said. She asked me to warn you that you will be on your own. You must hold Manhattan without our help. She also said to try Plan 23. She said you already knew what that meant.
From the look on her face, she probably did know what it meant, and she didn't like it.
Oh, and she also had a message for you, Percy, Hermes said. She said to remember the rivers, and also something about staying away from her daughter, too.
They weren't sure whose face was redder. Then Annabeth said, Thank you, Lord Hermes, and I wanted to apologize again about Luke.
His expression hardened. I'm afraid apology does not cut it. You should have helped him when you had the chance. You were the only one who could have.
His body glowed and disappeared. Annabeth fell to her knees and started crying. Percy wanted to comfort her, but he wasn't sure how. Annabeth, he said, look, I'm sure Hermes was just looking for someone to blame. I don't know why he took it out on you, but it's not your fault. She blinked the tears out of her eyes and said, Percy, did you bathe in the river Styx? Oh, come on, don't change the subject now, he said. Hestia said you bear the curse of Achilles. Did you or not? Maybe a little, he said. He told her about his time in the underworld and how he dipped himself in the river. He left out the part of seeing her in a vision. He still didn't quite understand that part, and it was kind of embarrassing.
Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?
I didn't have much choice, he said. It's the only way I can stand against Luke.
You mean De Immortalis, of course, she said. That explains why he didn't die on Mount Arthurus. He went to the Styx and... Oh, gods! What could he have been thinking?
Oh, so now you're worried about Luke again, Percy argued.
What?
I'll forget it. He wondered what Hermes meant about her not saving Luke. Apparently there was something she wasn't telling him. But then he decided she wasn't in the best mood to hear about it now. The last thing he needed was more history with her on Luke. Look, he said, the point is neither of us died, but I have to face him, and we have to defend Olympus. She studied him like she was trying to find any differences in him since his dip in the Styx.
I guess you're right, she said, and we have a lot of work to do. Maybe now's the time to use that Plan 23 that my mom mentioned. If she really wants us to use it, the situation must be pretty serious. In that message she had for you about the rivers, what do you think that meant?
Percy honestly had no idea, but then the subject changed when one of the Stoll brothers came back in.
Guys, you gotta see this.
The others gathered on a balcony overlooking Manhattan.
You guys hear that? Connor said.
Hear what? Said Annabeth.
Exactly.
Percy understood immediately. Even from the height of Olympus, they should have been able to hear the sounds of millions of people bustling and cars driving around, but they just didn't. You don't think about it much if you actually live in New York, but it's always there. It's the city that never sleeps.
What have they done to my city? Percy said tightly.
Oh, gods! Selena whimpered. Are they dead?
Percy looked through the binoculars, and he saw that everyone and everything just stopped. All the cars stopped in the middle of the streets, some of them crashed, civilians laid flat on the sidewalks. Everywhere he looked, there wasn't one single mortal who wasn't lying down. It was as if everyone in the city just decided to stop what they were doing and pass out just like that. With a cold feeling in Percy's heart, part of the prophecy rang in his head. And see the world in endless sleep. No, they're not dead, Percy said. It's part of the prophecy. They're all asleep. Percy remembered what Grover had said about seeing Morpheus scanning Central Park, now that it all made sense. Morpheus has put the whole city to sleep, Percy said, which means the invasion has started. They all went back down to the streets. Chiron was nowhere to be seen, so hopefully he had already made it out of town before the sleep spell had spread, hopefully in horse form. Percy asked Argus to go back to the camp and guard it as best he could. Before he did, he took out a reflective shield from the van and handed it to Annabeth. It showed an image of Lady Liberty like a magic mirror.
It's a video shield. One of Daedalus's ideas, said Annabeth. Beggendorf helped make it before he... Well, anyway, it's designed to bend sunlight or moonlight to create a reflection. You can literally see any target under the sun or moon as long as natural light is touching it. This will let us see what's going on across the city, said Annabeth. Thank you, Argus.
Argus climbed into his van and left the demigods alone in the world's biggest war zone. Percy called for Mrs. O'Leary and told her to go find Grover. She licked him and ran off north.
I still don't get why we didn't fall asleep, Pollux said. Why just the mortals?
It's a huge spell, said Selena. The bigger the spell, the easier it is to resist. If you want millions of mortals to sleep, you gotta cast a very thin layer of magic. Making an effect on demigods is much harder.
When did you learn so much about magic? Percy asked her.
She blushed. I don't spend all my time on my wardrobe and fixing my makeup. Percy, Annabeth said, you better look at this.
Off to the side of Liberty Island, the shield showed a group of speedboats racing through the dark water and toward Manhattan, each one filled with armed demigods in Greek armor. The lead boat was carrying a purple banner with a symbol of a golden scythe. Percy had never seen a design like that before, but it wasn't too hard to figure out. It was the battle flag of Kronos. "Try to look for more parts of the island, quick," he told Annabeth. The scene changed and showed the entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel on the Jersey shore. A bunch of enemy demigods and monsters marched their way through the stopped traffic with a tank. "You think the whole state's asleep?" Percy asked Annabeth. "I don't think so," she said. "I think it's really just Manhattan. Just from looking at more of these images, there's a 50-mile radius all around it where time is running really slow. The closer you get to Manhattan, the slower it is." They saw another image of a highway where cars moved at like 1 mile per hour. "It's Kronos," Percy said. "He's slowing down time." "Hecate must be helping," Katie said. "Look at how some of the cars are slowly turning around, like they're getting a subconscious message to turn back." "I don't think we can expect any further help from outside the city," said Annabeth. Percy stared at his friends. They all looked stunned and scared. He couldn't blame them. There were less than 30 of them, and they just saw at least 300 enemies on the doorstep to Manhattan, and they couldn't expect any further help coming. "All right," he said. "We're going to hold Manhattan." Percy, Manhattan is huge," Selena said. "We are going to hold it," he said. "He's right," said Annabeth. "The wind gods should keep Kronos' forces away from Olympus by air, so they'll try a ground assault. We have to try to cut off the entrances to the island." And just like that, Percy remembered and finally understood Athena's message about remembering the rivers. "We have to guard the bridges and tunnels," he said. "They'll probably try an assault on Midtown or downtown. That would probably be the most direct way to reach the Empire State. Michael, you take the Apollo cabin to the Williamsburg Bridge. Katie, you take the Demeter cabin to the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. Grow thorn bushes and poison ivy in the tunnel and giant fly traps or whatever. Connor, you take half the Hermes cabin to cover the Manhattan Bridge. Travis, you take the other half to the Brooklyn Bridge. And no stopping for looting or pillaging. Pollux, you just pick a group to go with and help any way you can, okay? No problem. Selena, you take your cabin to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Oh my gosh! Fifth Avenue is so for us, said one of her sisters. The Aphrodite girls left him with some hugs and a lot of kisses on the cheeks. Okay, I think that's a little more than necessary, Percy said. Okay, Jake, you take your cabin to the Holland Tunnel. Use Greek fire and everything you've got. Gladly, he said. We got a score to settle, and a brother to avenge. For Beckendorf. Malcolm, you take the Athena cabin to the 59th Street Bridge, said Annabeth. Activate Plan 23 on the way. I'll go with Percy and join you there later, or wherever we're needed. Well, okay, Malcolm replied, but no detours, you two. There was some giggling in the back after he said that, but Percy let it pass. But how do we contact each other fast enough? Kayla Knowles asked. This war zone is huge, and we can't exactly make iris messages as fast as we need to, especially now at night. I know, Percy said, which is why we have no other choice. Look, we're going to expect a lot of monsters coming after us anyway, right? No doubt about it. We're going to have to use cell phones. Percy, we don't have cell phones, Selena said. Percy walked over to a sleeping pedestrian, reached into his pocket, and held up his phone. Look, you all have Annabeth's number, right? Look, just pick one up from one of the civilians and leave it somewhere once you're done with it. Only use it if you really, really need it, and don't use the same one twice. This way, it'll make it harder for the monsters to zero in on you. They all smiled and seemed to like this idea. "Question," one of the Stoll brothers said. "If we by any chance find like a really nice phone—" "No, you may not keep it," Percy said. "Had to try." "Wait, Percy," said Jake. "You forgot about the Lincoln Tunnel." He was right. Percy had forgotten about the group of monsters with the tank, but what to do? There was no other group of campers left to cover for it. "I think we can take it from here," a familiar voice said. It was Thalia Grace, with her group of immortal huntresses of Artemis. "Thalia!" Annabeth cried. "Hunters of Artemis reporting for duty," Thalia said. "Hey, Jackson," she said. "After this war is over, how about some cheeseburgers for you and me and Annabeth? It's on me." "Sure, and thanks, Thalia," said Percy. "Those monsters won't know what hit them," said Thalia. "Hunters, let's move." "Oh, thank the Olympians," said Annabeth. "But if we don't blockade the rivers from those boats we saw, guarding those bridges and tunnels will be pointless." "You're right," Percy said. "But I think I know what to do." He looked at the campers. He tried not to feel like this would be the last time he'd see them all together. "You guys are the greatest heroes of this millennia," he told them. "It doesn't matter how many monsters come at you. Fight bravely, and we will win." "For Olympus! For Olympus!" the campers echoed. Percy and Annabeth thought they could get across town faster by borrowing a car. The only problem with that was that the ignition wasn't working in every single one they tried. If Orpheus could make people sleep, Percy wondered if the god could make engines sleep too. Also, it was hard to choose a street to drive through since most of the roads were packed with stopped cars. Finally, they found a good scooter that Annabeth was able to hotwire, and they zoomed down the clearest path they could take to Madison Square Park. Percy followed Annabeth up to the William H. Seward statue. She explained that the statue and all the other statues in the city were all secretly automatons. They were all installed by Daedalus himself in case he ever needed an army. "This is Plan 23, Percy," she said. She climbed up the pedestal, pressed her hand on the statue, and said a command. "Command sequence Daedalus 23, she said. "Defend Manhattan. Begin activation." The statue jumped off its pedestal and walked toward the east. "He should be going to wake up all the other statues now," said Annabeth. "Good," said Percy. "Then it's about time I fixed that river problem." They took the scooter to Battery Park, where the Hudson River and East River came together and emptied into the bay. Percy told Annabeth to stay by the scooter. Annabeth didn't like it, but she couldn't breathe underwater. "Please, just be careful, Percy," she said. "I don't want anything to happen to you. I mean, because we need you, for the battle, of course." "Hey, come on, you know me. The sea's my territory. I'll be fine," he said. "I'll be right back, I promise." He grinned and said, "Back in a splash," and he dived into the disgusting river. Percy swam deeper and deeper, trying to find the spot where both rivers met into the bay. Hopefully that was the best place to get the attention of the spirits of both rivers. Sure enough, two unusual-looking creatures appeared right in front of him. Percy tried to offer both of them a deal that if he could get both rivers clean, both river spirits would keep Kronos' forces out of their waters and away from New York in return. He pulled out the sand dollar his dad gave him. Then he broke the sand dollar in two, and a ripple of clean fresh water spread out from the break, as if all the pollution in the bay were being dissolved. "Okay, kid, you got yourself a deal," said the wolf-headed merman. They shook hands and swam away. When he got back on the shore, he caught Annabeth just as she hung up her cell phone. She told him that Michael just called and said that he and his cabin mates spotted a group of monsters on the Williamsburg Bridge. "And Percy, the monster that's leading them," she continued, "it's the Minotaur." Percy had always been reminded how it takes monsters years to come back from the dead, hopefully centuries if you're lucky. But now, Percy felt like his luck finally ran out. There, they saw old Beefhead himself in the middle of the bridge. As soon as he spotted Percy, he picked up a limo and threw it in his direction. Blackjack dodged the spinning car and it missed them by an inch. They landed behind where the Apollo kids were standing. Some of the campers were pulling out sleeping mortals from out of their cars to get them out of harm's way, while other campers kept shooting arrows at whichever monster came close. Then, Percy suggested to pull the campers back, and he had a plan to scare the monsters back to Brooklyn.
"Percy, let me go with you,"
Annabeth said.
"Please."
"No," said Percy, "I need you to help Michael get the unconscious mortals out of the way. I want to keep the monsters focused on me. Only me. No one else. After what happened to Beckendorf, there's no way I could risk losing my best strategist."
"Well, fine. Just be careful,"
said Annabeth. "Hey, don't I get a kiss for, good luck? It's kind of like a tradition, right?"
"Come back alive, Seaweed Brain," she said, smiling. "Then we'll see."
He made his way around the bus, and when the Minotaur saw him, he made a sound between a roar and a squeal. Percy charged at the beast and kicked him in the nose, sending him backwards. Before he had time to get up, Percy accelerated so fast he sliced off both the Minotaur's horns and half of his axe. Now the Minotaur was really pissed at Percy and chased him to the edge of the bridge. But Percy jumped out of the way and the Minotaur got his axe stuck in the railing. The Minotaur was so focused on freeing the blade, he didn't even notice when Percy ran up behind him and kicked him in the butt, sending him over the bridge. He was sent back to Tartarus. Then Percy turned toward the other monsters and did the natural thing. He swung his sword around, causing all kinds of monsters to disintegrate at the touch of the blade. After just the first 5 monsters, the rest ran away in fear. Suddenly, what looked like reinforcements appeared from behind the wreckage. And there was Kronos. "Retreat," Percy told the archers. "I'll hold them." They did as he said, except for Annabeth, who stayed right beside him, with her dagger ready. Kronos' soldiers started circling them. But Percy was so fast, no one had time to react when he left multiple cuts and bruises on the first 4 soldiers, which was enough to scare off the rest of them. Percy laughed so much that he didn't notice another soldier behind him until Annabeth cried out in pain. He turned around only to see Annabeth collapse. In a flash, he understood what happened. The guy tried to stab Percy, but Annabeth jumped in the way. But why would she do that? He didn't tell her about his weak spot or anyone, not even Nico. Just then, Percy had realized the guy was Ethan Nakamura. Somehow he'd survived the explosion on the cruise ship. Percy gave him a big bruise in the face with the butt of his sword, putting his lights out. Percy quickly called for Blackjack, and as fast as lightning, Blackjack swooped down, bit his teeth on the straps of Annabeth's armor, and carried her away. Kronos snarled, "I'll make myself Pegasus soup someday. In the meantime, I shall settle for another dead demigod." He struck the pavement with the butt of his scythe, and a wave of pure force pushed Percy further back. Michael Yu came back and warned Percy that the bridge was getting too weak. He was right, of course. There were cracks in the road where Kronos slammed his scythe. "Break it," Michael told Percy. "Use your power." Percy stabbed Riptide into the cement, and the river water shot right up through the bridge like a giant geyser. When the water stopped, a huge section of the bridge was gone, separating Kronos' army from Percy and his friends. Percy wasn't really sure if that was even going to stop them, but then Kronos just smiled cruelly, pointed at Percy, and said, "Until this evening, Jackson." He turned around and headed back to Brooklyn without even looking back. Percy turned to thank Michael, but all he found was his bow. He must have been standing too close to where the water had broke through the bridge, and Percy didn't even notice. Only just then he had realized too late that Ethan was gone too. He probably had woken up and ran off during all the fighting. Percy was about to whistle for Blackjack when his mom's phone rang. He heard Selena's voice, and she sounded emotionally hurt.
"Percy," she sobbed. "Plaza Hotel, you better come quick and bring a healer from Apollo's cabin. It's Annabeth."
After making sure everyone else was off the bridge, Percy took Michael's cabin mate, Will Solace, and Blackjack flew them to the hotel. On the top floor, the hunters were guarding the penthouse suites, while the campers nursed each other inside. So many of his friends looked beat up, but he was happy they were all alive. Annabeth was laying on a long chair, and she looked sickly pale and drenched in sweat. Will took a look at her and did what he could. It turned out that there had been poison on the dagger. Will poured some nectar on her wound to clean out the poison. Then he told Percy the nectar would only help Annabeth hold up just for now, and to heal her completely would take mortal medicine. Percy decided to stay with Annabeth while Will went to find the nearest drugstore.
"This is all my fault," Selena said. "I've never been any good at camp like you guys. If I was a better fighter,
Her mouth trembled. Ever since Beckendorf died, she'd been getting worse. And every time Percy looked at her, he got angry about his death all over again. He swore to himself that if he ever found that spy that caused her boyfriend's death, he would give him to Mrs. O'Leary as a chew toy. "Hey, you're a great camper, Selena," he told her. "You're our best Pegasus rider, and you get along with everyone. Believe me, anyone who can make friends with people like Clarice has some serious guts." That last part gave her an idea. Since she and Clarice really were friends, she could probably be the right person to convince Clarice to help them out. Maybe even bring the flying chariot. Percy wasn't all too sure about that idea, but on the bright side, it seemed to give Selena something to focus on. "Don't worry, Percy," she called back. "I won't let you down." Once again, Percy was left alone with Annabeth. "Hey," she said weakly. "Hey," he said back. "You're cute when you're worried," she muttered. "Why would you do that?" he whimpered. "How could you just take a knife from me like that?" "You would have done the same for me," she said. As crazy as that sounded, he felt deep in his heart it was true. Supposedly, they both knew it. "But how did you even know?" he asked. "Know what?" He looked around to make sure no one was watching, and then whispered, "My Achilles spot!" Her eyes looked like they were about to pop out of her head. "Percy, I swear, I had no idea. I just had this strange instinct to protect you." "Well, where's the spot?" He knew it would be risky to tell anyone, but this was Annabeth. If he couldn't trust her, he couldn't trust anyone. He took her hand and guided her fingers to the right spot on his back. It felt like 1,000 volts flew through his spine from the tip of her fingers. "You saved my life," he said. "Thanks." "You're welcome," she said softly. "I guess you owe me now." He chuckled, which felt pretty good after all that fighting for each other's lives tonight. Only then did he realize he was still holding her hand, and even though he didn't mean to, she didn't seem to mind. "Percy," said Annabeth, "you were wondering why Hermes was mad at me before." "Nah, it's okay," he said. "That can wait. You need rest." No, really, I want to tell you. You really should know this. It's been bothering me for a long time." She told him how Luke came to see her at her house in San Francisco just last year, just weeks before their quest to find Daedalus. He came with no weapon or any companions, and just a flag of truce. Annabeth mentioned he seemed rather scared, and he asked for only 5 minutes to talk. Luke said to her that Kronos was going to use him to take over the world, and that he wanted to run away. He wanted her to come with him so it would be like the old days, back when they were on the run. But of course, Annabeth thought it was a trick. Next to that, deep in her heart, she knew that too much had already changed since the old days. She told Luke that there was no way. He got mad and told her that she might as well have fought him right there because it would have been the last chance she would ever get.
"Don't you see, Percy?" she asked. "What if I had gone with him? I probably could have saved him from becoming Kronos' host, and none of this would have been happening. This whole war is my fault. It's my fault you're struggling through all this. I'm so sorry, Percy."
Her story made him feel like he was back in the sticks. He remembered last summer when they met the two-faced god Janus, who warned Annabeth she would have to make a choice. Something told him her meeting with Luke might have been what Janus meant. And during their encounter with the wild god Pan, Pan said she would play a great role, and it wasn't going to be the role she would imagine. He wondered if she could answer any questions he had about the vision Hestia showed him earlier. His instincts told him it had to do with something in his prophecy, but he wasn't sure what. Before he could say any more, Connor Stoll came in and told him that Mrs. O'Leary came back with Grover. He found Grover downstairs in the lobby, along with Dahlia and Jake. Grover had heard how they didn't have enough demigods to cover up town, so he had rounded up as many nature spirits as possible to help out. Then Thalia mentioned that one of her hunters reported the sight of a man in golden armor leading an army on the Jersey shore. That reminded Percy of the golden man from his dreams. Thalia's report couldn't have been a coincidence. "Great," he said. "Any good news?"
"Well, we've sealed up all the subway tunnels leading into Manhattan," she said. "Also, it seems like the enemy will wait until tonight to attack. I think Kronos needs time to regenerate after each fight. He's still getting used to his new form. It's taking a lot of energy out of him to slow down time around the city. Most of his forces are more powerful at night, too," Grover said. "No doubt they'll be back after sundown."
"Okay, any word from the gods?" Percy asked.
"I know Lady Artemis would be here if she could," Thalia said. "Athena, too. But Zeus has ordered them to stay at his side. Last I heard, Typhon was destroying the Ohio River Valley.
So
we have about 2 days before he reaches the city."
"Percy, there's something else about the way Kronos showed up at the Williamsburg Bridge," said Jake. "It was almost as if he knew you would be there."
"Like if he had inside information," Percy suggested. "The spy."
"What spy?"
Thalia asked.
Jake quickly told her about the silver charm bracelet Percy saw Kronos carry as a communication device.
"Okay, now this is really bad," Thalia said.
"It could be anyone," Jake said. "We were all standing there when Percy gave us orders."
"So what do we do?"
Grover asked. "Round up all our troops and search them until we find a familiar charm?" They all looked at Percy, waiting for a decision. He couldn't afford to let them see how panicked he felt, even if things seemed hopeless. "We just keep fighting," he said finally. "Look, if we stay obsessed about this spy and grow suspicious of each other, we'll just tear ourselves apart. You guys did great tonight. I couldn't ask for a greater army. Let's set up a rotation for the watches. Rest up while you can. We got a long night ahead of us." They all mumbled in agreement and went off in different directions to either rest or eat or prepare weapons.
"Percy, you should get some rest too," Thalia said. "Go lie down for a bit. We'll keep an eye on things. We're gonna need you in good shape for tonight."
He didn't argue with that, so he looked for the nearest empty hotel room, and his eyes closed almost immediately. Percy dreamed about Nico in Persephone's garden. He poured some root beer down a hole and began chanting something slightly familiar. "Let the dead taste again. Let them rise and take this offering. Maria D'Angelo, show yourself." White smoke blew out of the hole, followed by a ghostly body. But the ghost wasn't his mother. It was his sister, Bianca. She warned him that his mother's soul was forbidden to be seen.
"The knowledge you seek will only hurt you," she said. Remember what I said, Nico. Holding grudges is a fatal flaw for children of Hades. I'm not the same as I used to be, said Nico. Stop trying to protect me. He swiped his hand through her, and she evaporated. Maria D'Angelo, speak to me! A different image formed, but not a single body. Percy saw Nico and his sister, and they both looked younger than Percy had ever seen them. He watched them as they chased each other around marble columns in what seemed like a huge hotel lobby. Sitting on a nearby sofa, dressed in a black suit, was Hades. Percy didn't know who the woman sitting next to him was, but she looked almost exactly like Bianca.
Maria, my dear, please, Hades said. I don't care what Persephone thinks. The underworld may be the only place you and the children can be hidden from the rest of the Olympians.
As he continued, he explained to her how a great prophecy had started to stir, and Zeus had forbade him from ever having more children again. Also that Zeus decreed Bianca and Nico to be sent to Camp Half-Blood. But Hades had feared that eventually it would only lead them to turning against their father. Or even worse, Zeus might decide to disintegrate them where they stood, preventing them from living long enough to turn 16.
My brothers have already given me a deadline of last week to turn over the children, Hades continued. I cannot hide them forever. I've lost so many of my children to this war already. I cannot lose them too. And as long as you are with them, you are in danger too.
You are a god, my love, Maria said. I know you will protect us. But I could never make Bianca and Nico grow up in the underworld.
Well, I suppose there is another option, Hades said. There is a place in the desert where time stands still. I could send the children there just for a while, for their own safety. Then you and I could spend some time together, just the two of us. I'll build you a lovely golden palace by the Styx.
Maria laughed gently.
You are a kind and generous man, my love. The other gods, the whole world, should see you as I do, and they would not fear you so. But the children need their mother, and besides, they are only children. The Olympians would never dare hurt innocent children.
You don't know my family like I do, said Hades. Maria, please, I cannot lose you.
You will not lose me, my love. Wait for me while I get my purse.
He watched her go down the hall, as if every step caused him more and more pain. A second later, he tensed, and the kids stopped playing, as if they sensed something too.
No,
Hades said. But as powerful as he was, he just didn't react soon enough. He only had enough time to create a black force field around the children just before a blinding light filled the room and the hotel exploded. The building was in ashes. There was nothing left. Hades wept over the broken form of Maria D'Angelo. Bianca and Nico stared at their mother, uncomprehendingly. The Fury Alecto appeared behind them, but they didn't seem to realize.
Take them to the river Lethe, Hades ordered the Fury. Wash their memories clean, and then take them to the Lotus Hotel. They should be safe there. Zeus will not harm them there. And take their mother, and give her the ancient rites.
Alecto and the D'Angelos dissolved into shadows, leaving Hades alone in the ruins.
I warned you,
a new voice said. Hades turned to see another small girl standing next to him. She had dark hair and seemed no older than 12. Percy wasn't sure why, but something told him he'd seen this same girl somewhere a few times before.
You dare come here, Hades growled. I should blast you to dust.
You know you can't, the girl said. The power of Delphi protects me.
With a chill, Percy realized he was seeing the Oracle of Delphi back when she was alive and young. Seeing her alive seemed even more spooky than seeing her as a mummy.
Your prophecy brought us to this.
I warned you to hide them sooner, the girl said.
I couldn't, Hades argued. Maria wouldn't let me. Besides, they are innocent.
Nevertheless, they are your children, which makes them dangerous, said the girl. Even hiding them away somewhere would only delay the problem. I only foresee the future. I cannot change it.
Fire lit in Hades' eyes.
Then hear these words of Hades, he said. I may not be able to bring you to an early death any more than I can resurrect Maria, but your body remains mortal, and I still have the will to curse you. I swear, as long as my children remain outcasts, as long as I labor under the curse of your great prophecy, the spirit of Delphi shall never possess another mortal host again. You shall never rest in peace. No one shall ever take your place. Even after your death, the spirit of Delphi shall remain trapped in your body for eternity, and remain speaking prophecies until your body crumbles to nothing. The oracle shall die with you.
The girl screamed, and the image ripped apart. Nico was on his knees, with a shocked expression. His father stood right in front of him, scowling.
What do you think you're doing? He said.
A smoky explosion changed the dream before Percy could see what happened next, and he saw Rachel sitting on a beach. She wrote letters in the sand, and with a shocked feeling, Percy saw she was writing in ancient Greek. She specifically wrote Percy's real name, Perseus, in ancient Greek, but for Rachel that had to be impossible. Then she ran back to her parents and seemed a little panicked for some reason. "Dad!" she called. "Dad! Dad! We have to go back!"
"Back? But we just got here," he said.
"There's trouble in New York! Percy's in trouble!"
"Did he call you?"
"Well, no, not exactly, but I just know. It's a feeling."
"Rachel, your mother and I have been looking forward to this vacation for months now."
"Dad, you and Mom both hate the beach. You just act too stubborn to admit it."
"Rachel?"
"I'm telling you, something is wrong in New York. The whole city. I don't know what exactly, but it's under an attack."
"Rachel, if something like that were happening, I'm sure we would have heard it on the news by now."
"No, that's just the problem. It's that bad. Haven't you had any calls since the trip?"
"Well, no, but everyone knows I'm on vacation right now, and it is the middle of summer, so—"
"Dad, you always get calls. Even on Christmas. You gotta admit that's a little strange."
Her father hesitated.
"Well, we can't just leave now," he said. "We've already spent a lot of money on all this."
"Daddy, please. Percy needs me. I had to deliver a message to him. It's a matter of life and death."
"What message?"
I just can't tell you. I promised I wouldn't say."
"Then we can't go."
"Look, I'll go to Clarion Ladies Academy, okay? I swear I won't complain about it, but you just have to get me to New York, now."
Mr. Dare was silent for a long time. Then he picked up his phone and made a call.
"Douglas, prep the plane. We're heading for New York."
The last thing Percy saw was Rachel hugging her dad just before the dream faded. He woke up to find Thalia shaking him awake.
"Percy, come on," she said. "It's late afternoon. We've got enemies just outside."
It was rather dark out even for a late afternoon, probably because every inch of the sky was covered in dark clouds, almost as if the Olympians were trying to set the mood. It turned out that the enemies who were waiting outside were just a party of 4 under a flag of truce, standing just across the street. There was Ethan Nakamura, a Hyperborean giant, an Impusa, and an unusually tall man Percy had never seen before.
"Percy Jackson, at last," the tall man said. "Such an honor to finally meet you. I am Prometheus, the Titan of Fire." You're probably wondering why Kronos sent me here, out of all people. Well, I happen to have a soft spot for heroes, you see. I know some of you can be quite civilized. Come, let's have a seat.
He gestured to a picnic table right between them, which Percy was pretty sure wasn't there a second ago. Dahlia and Grover remained standing on either side of Percy, in case of any funny business.
You must realize by now how much weaker your position has become, Mr. Jackson, Prometheus said. You won't be able to stand against another assault.
We'll see, Percy said.
Percy, I am the Titan of forethought, Prometheus said. I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen the same way I knew Kronos would lose the last war. I know how to pick the winning side, and this time I'm siding with Kronos.
Because Zeus chained you to a rock? Percy guessed.
Partly yes. I'll admit I still want revenge, but that's not the only reason I'm supporting Kronos. It is the wisest choice. As to why I walked out here is because I thought you'd listen to reason.
He snapped his fingers, and a map of Manhattan appeared on the table.
As you can see here, Prometheus said, each X you see is where we have our armies. We know your numbers, and we outnumber you 20-1.
So your spy's been keeping you posted, Percy guessed.
At any rate, our forces are growing daily. By tonight, Kronos will attack. You will be overwhelmed. You fought bravely, but there's just no way you can hold all of Manhattan. Our armies will eventually force you to retreat in the Empire State Building, and there is where they will destroy you. I have seen this, and it will happen.
This reminded Percy about his dream with Rachel's painting of an army at the base of the Empire State. He also remembered the words of the young oracle in his recent dream. I only foresee the future. I cannot change it. And Prometheus spoke with such certainty, it was getting really hard not to believe him. I won't let it happen, Percy said.
Percy, you realize you are doing no better than when the Greeks attacked Troy. History always repeats itself. There is no denying it, almost like the way monsters are revived. The only difference in this war is that you are defending. You are Troy, and, well, you already know well enough how the Trojans ended up, don't you?
So what are you guys gonna do? Percy asked. You gonna leave a wooden horse statue on the doorstep of the Empire State and just pray that we'll be stupid enough to bring it into Olympus?
Percy, Troy was completely destroyed, Prometheus said. You do not want that to happen with this huge city. All I simply ask is this. Stand down, and New York shall be spared. Stand down, and your forces will be granted amnesty. I will personally assure your safety. Just let Kronos take Olympus. Typhon will destroy the Olympians anyway.
Right, Percy said. And I'm supposed to just simply buy that Kronos will leave the city and everyone I care about alone just like that?
Yes, said the Titan. All he wants is Olympus. The might of the Olympians is tied to their seats of power. You saw what happened when your father's undersea palace was attacked.
Percy felt a chill down his spine and remembered how old and frail his dad looked.
I can guess how hard that was for you, the Titan said. When Kronos destroys Olympus, the Olympians will become so weak they'll simply fade. Kronos prefers to take his chance now, while Typhon has the Olympians distracted in the west. It's much easier this way. Fewer lives lost, but make no mistake, the best you can do is slow us down. The day after tomorrow, Typhon shall arrive in New York, and you'll have no chance at all. The Olympians and Olympus will still be destroyed, but it will be much messier, much worse for you and your city. Either way, the Titans will rule.
I fight for Artemis, Dahlia shouted, and we will fight on to the last breath. Percy, you're not seriously going to listen to this fathead, are you?
Your courage does you credit, Thalia Grace, Prometheus said.
Don't call me that, she snapped. That's my mother's surname, and I don't use it.
Percy never actually heard Thalia's last name, but hearing someone use it made her seem almost normal and less mysterious and powerful.
At any rate, said Prometheus, you need not be my enemy. I've always been a helper of mankind.
Like Minotaur droppings, Thalia said. When you gave humans fire, it was so you could annoy the gods, not because you cared about us.
You don't understand, Huntress, he said. I gave you fire to shape your nature. I've whispered in the many ears of men since they first existed. I represent your exploration, your curiosity. Let me help you, Percy, and I will award you with a new gift that will move you far forward as fire did. The Olympians could never make such an offer. None of them would ever allow it. You know the Titans and their offspring aren't all bad. I know you've met Calypso.
That's different, Percy said.
Is it?
The Titan asked.
And how is that exactly? Much like me, she did nothing wrong, and yet she was exiled forever simply for being Atlas's daughter. We are not your enemies. Don't let the worst happen. We are offering you peace.
Percy looked over at Ethan and said, I'm betting you're hating all of this.
I don't know what you're talking about, Ethan said.
I'm saying he's offering us peace, Percy told him. If I take it, you don't get to kill us. Isn't that what you wanted?
What I want is respect, Jackson. You expect me to waste my life crammed in that stupid Hermes cabin just because my mother is not as important or even recognized?
His words reminded of Percy of how Luke acted in the woods 3 summers ago, just before he ran away. Your mom's the goddess of revenge, Percy said. Are we just supposed to respect something as negative as revenge?
Nemesis stands for balance, said Ethan. When people have too much good luck, she tears them down.
Is that why she took your eye?
It was payment. She swore to me I would one day tip the balance of power and bring the minor gods respect. It was a small price to pay.
Wow, Percy said. Nice mom.
At least she keeps her word, Ethan said. Unlike the Olympians, she pays her debts, good or evil.
Right, said Percy. And so I saved your life, and you repay me by erasing Kronos. Yeah, and I suppose you can also explain how that's supposed to be fair?
You little...
Now, Prometheus said, we are on a diplomatic mission.
Prometheus studied Percy as if trying to understand his anger. Then he smiled like he just picked the thought from Percy's brain.
I can see it bothers you what happened to Luke, he said. I suppose Hestia didn't show you quite the whole story, but I can fix that.
He reached out to touch Percy's forehead, and a light flashed before him. He saw Thalia and little Annabeth sitting in Mrs. Castellan's living room, while Luke was arguing with Hermes. Mrs. Castellan was making another sandwich in the kitchen.
Why show yourself now? Luke argued. After all these years of running away, running into monsters, praying for your help specifically so many times, and nothing. And you left me here with her while she was stuck like that. Did you even care about what was wrong with her?
Luke, you must not dishonor your mother, Hermes warned. Your mother did the best she could. As for me, I could not interfere with your path. The children of the gods must find their own way.
Oh, so you're saying it was for my own good to stay stuck in this house and be cared for by a mental woman? I had to choose between that and defending myself on the streets? Just once, you could have said something a lot sooner. You could have helped when she grabbed me and said weird stuff about my fate with those glowing eyes and scaring me to death. Did you even know when I ran away, or even cared?
Luke, I care very much, Hermes said, but you must understand that the gods cannot interfere with mortal affairs. It is one of our ancient laws, especially when our destiny...
His voice trailed off, and he stared at the floor as if remembering something unpleasant.
What? Luke asked. What about my destiny?
You should not have come back, Hermes said. It only upsets you both.
However, I see you are becoming too old to be on the run. I shall speak with Chiron, and he should send a satyr to collect you."
"I've been doing just fine without your help lately," Luke growled. "Now what were you saying about my destiny?"
Suddenly, a cold feeling washed through Percy, and he realized Hermes knew what Mrs. Castellan's mutterings meant. He wasn't sure how, but looking at Hermes' face, Percy was certain that Hermes understood how Luke would eventually betray everyone. "My son," he said, "I am the god of travelers and roads. If I know anything, I know that you must walk your own path, even if it breaks my heart."
"You don't love me."
"I promise you that you're wrong. You must go to camp. I will see that you get a quest soon. Maybe you'll fight the Hydra or Chrysaor. You'll get a chance to be a great hero before..."
"Before what?" Luke asked. "What did my mom see that made her like that? What's supposed to happen to me?" "If you do love me, you should have no trouble telling me the truth."
Hermes' expression tightened. I cannot..."
"Then you really don't care," Luke yelled.
"Luke, is that you?" May called. "Is my boy all right?"
Luke turned to hide his face, but Percy could see tears in his eyes.
"I'll be just fine. I found myself a new family, and I don't need either of you."
"I'm your father," Hermes insisted.
"Father is supposed to be around," Luke said, "and I've never seen you before today. Girls, let's go." And they marched out the door.
"Luke,"
May called,
"where did he go now? I just made you cookies. Oh, I hope he comes back."
"So do I, my love," Hermes said. "So do I."
The dream faded, and Prometheus pulled away from Percy's forehead. "Percy, what just happened? What was that?" Thalia asked. "What the heck did you just do to him?"
"Quite appalling, isn't it?" the Titan said. "The Olympians know what is to come, and yet they just lay back and do nothing about it, and just let it happen anyway, even when it involves their own children. Tell me, how long did it take them to let you know about your prophecy, Percy Jackson? Did you ever suspect that your father already knows what's supposed to happen to you?"
Percy was too stunned to answer.
"Percy, don't fall for anything," Grover warned. "He's just tricking you into getting angry."
"Can you really blame Luke?" the Titan asked. "And what about you, Percy? Will you let yourself be controlled by your fate? Kronos offers you a much better deal."
Percy clenched his fist under the table. As much as he hated what Prometheus was saying, he still hated Kronos even more.
"I'll make you a deal," he told the Titan. "Tell Kronos to call off his attack, leave Luke's body, and go to Tartarus. And maybe then I won't have to destroy him."
"If you do change your mind by any chance, I have a gift for you."
He snapped his fingers, and the Empusa put a 3-foot clay jar on the table.
That's not..." Thalia hesitated.
"It can't be,"
Grover panicked.
"Yes," Prometheus said. "You recognize it. This originally belonged to my sister-in-law, Pandora."
That's... Percy hesitated. "That's... Pandora's box?"
"Oh, you modern mortals and your retellings," said the Titan. "I still have no idea which fool started this whole box nonsense, but it was never a box. It was always this old pithus, a storage jar. I suppose Pandora's pithus doesn't have the same ring to it. I'm sure you've heard of the story. Pandora herself was given the job by the Olympians to guard this jar and all the horrible demons trapped inside. Demons of sickness, fear, death, despair, the original Empusa, malice, greed, old age, hatred, violence, pain, war, all that bad stuff. Now what I find curious about this story is that Pandora gets all the blame. She was told it should never be opened, no matter what, but her curiosity won her over. The next thing she knew, she got her punishment for it. And the ancient Greeks thought all the bad things that happened in the world was all because of her opening the stupid thing. The Olympians would have you believe that this is the lesson in the story. The fact that mankind should not explore or ask questions and should just do as they are told. Zeus designed this and used it to get revenge on me and my family. You see, they already knew she would open it even before they gave it to her, and they were willing to punish the entire race of humanity along with us.
This made Percy think about the vision of Hades and Maria when Zeus tried to kill their children just because he was scared of a prophecy. And Hermes? Why couldn't he have just tried to raise Luke better so Luke wouldn't turn evil? Percy thought to himself, what if Prometheus is right? And just what exactly did make the Olympians any better than the Titans?
Also, Prometheus said there was only one spirit that stayed inside. Do you know which one?
Aelpis, Percy said, the spirit of hope.
Very good, Percy, yes. Aelpis would never abandon humanity. Hope does not leave without being given permission. She can only be released by a child of man. I am giving you this as a reminder of what the Olympians are like. Keep Aelpis if you wish, but if you ever feel like you've seen enough destruction or too many deaths, just open the jar. Let Aelpis go, give up hope, and I'll know that you're surrendered. I promise you that Kronos will spare the survivors.
Percy stared at the jar with a really bad feeling. He wondered if Pandora herself had possibly been ADHD like him, and that might have been what compelled her to open the jar. He could never leave things alone, and he didn't like the temptation. What if his prophecy all came down to choosing whether or not to open this jar? I don't want it, he said.
Too late, the Titan said. The gift has been given, and it cannot be taken back. We shall meet again soon enough, Percy Jackson, the Titan promised, one way or another.
When Percy and his friends got back to the hotel, Percy told Thalia about the vision he saw of Luke and Hermes. Oh, that was not a good day, Thalia said. And Annabeth was so little. I don't think she fully understood what was going on, only that Luke was upset. Do you have any idea what happened to his mom? Percy asked. I never really saw her when she had an episode, like you mentioned, Thalia said. But Luke told me about the glowing eyes and the things she would say, and he made me promise never to tell anyone. But what caused it? I have no idea. If Luke knew, he never told me. Hermes knew, Percy said. Something caused May to see part of Luke's future, and Hermes understood what would happen, how Luke would turn into Kronos. You can't be sure of that, Thalia said. Remember, Percy, Prometheus was manipulating what you saw, showing you what happened in the worst possible light. Hermes did love Luke. I could tell by the look on his face. And Hermes was there that night because he was checking up on May and taking care of her. He wasn't all bad. Well, it doesn't make it any less wrong for him to leave Luke in the dark like that, Percy said. Luke was just a kid. Hermes never even tried to keep him from making bad decisions. Percy, you can't start feeling bad for Luke all of a sudden, Thalia said. We all have tough stuff to deal with. All demigods do. Our parents are hardly ever around, but Luke still made some bad choices. Nobody actually forced him to do that. In fact, I'm more worried about Annabeth. If she has to face Luke in battle, I don't know if she could do it. She's always had a soft spot for him. She'll do fine, Percy said nervously. I'm not so sure, said Thalia. Luke was never the same after we left his mom that night. He got reckless and moody. I think it's another reason why it was so hard for Grover to bring us to camp, because Luke wanted to pick a fight with almost every monster we crossed. Annabeth didn't really see that as a problem. He was her hero. Pretty soon, she got very defensive of him, and deep down, that hasn't really changed even today. Anyway, my point is, you can't let yourself fall into the same trap. Luke has already given himself to Kronos. We can't afford to be soft on him. Percy stared at the jar, wondering exactly how many mortals out there were in danger, all because of Luke's bad choices. You're right, he said. I'm gonna go check on my hunters. Then I'll go get some more rest before nightfall, Dahlia said. You should crash too. The last thing he needed was more dreams. But he knew she had a point. There was no telling if they would even get any more chances of resting after today. He handed her Pandora's Pithis and asked her to go put it in the hotel vault. Then he went straight for the nearest bedroom. Percy dreamed about Ethan sitting in the middle of what looked like an army camp. The scary part was that Percy immediately recognized the place. It was Auntie M's Garden Emporium, aka the most recent lair of Medusa. At least until Percy came along and decapitated her back when he was 12, during his first quest for the Master Bolt. There was no way he could forget those times. But now it seemed like Kronos' army had completely invaded the place, and since the Princess Andromeda was destroyed, it obviously now served as the army's last hiding place. There weren't any statues to be seen like last time. Judging by how all the tents took up most of the area, Percy could only guess they had gotten rid of all of them, and he hated to think about what they might have done with Grover's late Uncle Ferdinand. Prometheus stepped out of the house and told Ethan that Kronos was waiting for him. Kronos asked him about the deal they made with Percy. Ethan told him he didn't think Percy was convinced to surrender.
Tell me this, Kronos said. When you attacked Jackson last night on the bridge, something happened. Something wasn't quite right. The girl, Annabeth, jumped in your way.
She seems very loyal to him, Ethan said. She was willing to risk herself to protect him.
But he is invulnerable, Kronos said. You saw that yourself.
I can't explain it, Ethan said. Maybe she just forgot.
Oh sure, Kronos said. Oh no, my boyfriend is invulnerable. I better take a knife for him. Oops. Tell me, Ethan, where were you aiming?
Beads of sweat dripped down Ethan's head. I wasn't really aiming for any spot in particular. It all happened so fast.
I see, Kronos said. Well, if your memory improves, I shall expect...
Then he stared out the window and froze. My lord? His voice was weak, and for a moment it sounded like Luke's voice. Luke is still fighting you, Ethan said.
Nonsense, the Titan growled. I'm simply adjusting to the limits of this form. The boy's soul has been crushed. Repeat that lie and I shall cut your tongue out.
As you say, my lord, said Ethan. Kronos called to a Dracaena woman waiting in the corner.
Is our little distraction ready to be unleashed, Queen-cess?
Kronos asked her.
Oh yes, my lord, said Queen-cess.
Excellent, Kronos said. Tell my brother Hyperion to move our main force south into Central Park. Go now, Ethan. Go and work on improving your memory. We will talk again once we've taken Manhattan.
The dream shifted, and Percy saw the big house at Camp Half-Blood. For some reason, the house was painted red instead of blue. Percy thought to himself, no way that's what Argus had been doing the whole time they were defending the city. Chiron was sitting on the porch across from Hermes and a strange woman holding a baby. The woman was pretty, with her bright blonde hair and blue eyes and a friendly smile. For some reason, Percy felt like he'd seen her somewhere before, but where?
It's quite an honor to have you here, Chiron told the woman, though he sounded nervous. It's been quite a long time since we've invited a mortal into camp.
Please, you don't have to do this, Hermes told the woman. May, please, think about our boy. With a shock, Percy realized that the woman was Luke's mom. She looked nothing like the crazy old lady he saw back at the house. She seemed so full of life. She seemed like the kind of person who could smile and make everyone around her feel good. With a second shock, Percy realized that the baby she was holding was Luke. Oh, you worry too much, May said. I understand you need a new oracle.
Your old one's been dead for, what, 20 years?
Much longer, Chiron said. And I did not tell you that story so you could apply, Hermes said. Humanity seems to have lost the ability to host the oracles since the last host had been cursed, Chiron said.
But I've been given the site for a reason, said May. This may be my chance to do some good.
You can never remarry. I mean, if you ever wanted to, Hermes said. I may never be allowed to see you again if you do this.
We both know we can't have each other forever, she said calmly. I'll grow old and die eventually while you live on. And I could still raise the baby with this job, can't I, Chiron?
Well, yes, he answered, but we don't know how that'll affect the spirit of the oracle. Taking a host who has already experienced motherhood has never been done before. If the spirit does not accept...
It will, May insisted. She handed baby Luke to Hermes, kissed his little forehead, and said, I'll be right back. She gave them one last confident smile just before entering the house. Minutes later, a huge explosion of green light lit up the top floor. They could hear May screaming from upstairs, even higher than the top of her lungs.
No, Hermes cried. No!
Percy sat up and was sweating bullets. Suddenly, it had all made sense now. May Castellan had tried to become the Oracle's next host, and she didn't even know about Hades' curse that prevented the spirit of Delphi from taking another host. Chiron and Hermes must have not known about it either. They hadn't realized that by trying to take the job, May would have been driven mad, plagued to have glowing eyes and glimpses of her child's future. He turned to find Annabeth standing next to him, and she seemed at full strength. Percy, are you okay? She asked. I was just coming over to wake you. I'm fine, he lied. Well, the ambrosia and nectar finally gave me a boost, so I'm ready for the next fight. What? No, said Percy. Not after what happened. I forbid it. Forbid it? She asked. Percy, you're not my father. You're gonna need every soldier you have. I saw on the shield that there's an army marching toward South and Central Park. Percy finished. Yeah, I know. I had a dream about it. He told her about his dream, except for the part with Luke's mom, since it was still too disturbing to think about. He also left out the part where Luke seemed to fight for control over his body with Kronos, because he didn't want to give Annabeth's hopes up. You think Ethan suspects you weak spot? She asked. I don't know, said Percy, but the next time I see him, I'll bonk him on the head harder before he has the chance. So, Annabeth said, are you going to argue about me coming with you? Nah, you just beat me up, Percy said. She managed to laugh, which was good to hear. You know I would. The sky was still just as dark and cloudy as yesterday. While the rest of the campers headed back to their assigned bridges and tunnels, Percy, Annabeth, and Grover led the Athena cabin to the reservoir, where they met up with Dahlia and the hunters. Dahlia mentioned that the army had already passed the Harlem Bridge, and the army was huge. How huge exactly, Percy didn't want to know. If the nature spirits can stop them anywhere, it's here in the park, Grover said.
Indeed,
said another voice. It was Linnaeus, dressed in woodbark battle armor.
I'm still the leader of the council, and there's no way I'm letting an outcast lead the satyrs without my help.
Percy wasn't sure he should have thanked them for coming or still be angry at him for being a jerk, but he kept a straight face. Okay, said Percy. Well, Grover, looks like you got your back up. Okay now, Annabeth's cabin will make their stand here, and Thalia? Say no more, said Thalia. They're going down. Then, without warning, they heard some crackling noise from the water. They just noticed that the reservoir had started to freeze up. Maybe some of Kronos' allies knew some elemental magic. The enemy vanguard burst out of the woods and ran across the frozen surface. Percy wasn't sure how long the ice could stay solid in this temperature, but he got the feeling it would last just long enough for the vanguard to reach them.
The huntresses let their arrows fly, and the monsters instantly disintegrated, but more just kept coming. Then, Percy had an idea. He never tried this before, but then again, water was still water even when it was frozen, right? He reached out and tried to concentrate. He tried to imagine tiny bits of ice pulling apart from each other the way bits of ordinary water would. Then, snap! The ice collapsed, and the monsters fell in. Percy did it! "I got this! Everyone stay back!" Dahlia shouted, and she slammed her spear tip on the water, electrocuting all the remaining monsters to ashes. "Percy, that was awesome!" Annabeth exclaimed. "It's not over yet," Grover warned. "Look!" And he was right. Walking on top of the water was the Golden Titan from Percy's dream. The huntresses fired their arrows, but they all incinerated right at the touch. "Percy," Annabeth warned, "that's Hyperion, the Lord of the Light, father of Helios, Titan of the East. Next to Atlas, he's the greatest Titan warrior." "Just keep our forces together," Percy said. "I'll worry about him." He ran on top of the water and advanced toward Hyperion. Their swords clashed, and the impact on their blades sent a shockwave through the water. Up close, Hyperion's eyes were so bright they were distracting. Luckily, he managed to slide out of the way and made a tidal wave tumble on top of the Titan. Hyperion rose from the water, and he was real pissed with Percy now.
"You will pay for trapping Atlas a second time,"
Hyperion growled.
"You will burn, Jackson."
A wave of force slammed Percy through the air, almost like the trick Kronos pulled back on the bridge. He got pushed 300 yards away and fell flat on his back. As he got up, the Titan closed in on him. Hyperion was fast, but when Percy swung his sword, the Titan seemed to be pushed back by a strong amount of wind with a few sprinkles of water. Percy was never able to do that with his sword before. Where was that coming from? Then, he looked down and just noticed he was standing in his own personal hurricane. Clouds of water vapor swirled around him. "Percy!" Grover called. "Make him come over here!" Percy kept slashing and jabbing, and more winds kept pushing Hyperion backwards. He got closer and closer to where the satyrs were standing. Then, the satyrs played their pipes, and roots popped out of the ground and wrapped around the Titan's arms. Then, even more plant life grew all around him.
"No! You can't imprison me!" he yelled. "I am Hyperion."
He was cut short as the bark closed around his face. The Titan was defeated. "Who would have thought an evil Titan could make such a nice maple tree?" Grover said. Then Annabeth cut the celebration short when she announced what she had seen in her shield. She mentioned while the satyrs had Hyperion tied up, her shield had shown an image of an even bigger group of monsters marching down the street toward the Empire State Building. And indeed, she was right. From the looks of things, it seemed like Kronos simply sent his expendables south of Central Park as a diversion. They were just across the street from the Empire State before Percy and his friends came up behind them. "For Olympus!" Percy shouted, and together, he and his friends charged. For the next minute, they fought like never before, slicing and dicing through monsters one after the other. But no matter how many they defeated, more just took their place. Percy and Annabeth watched each other's backs. Grover was bonking monsters on their heads. Dahlia was scaring away monsters with her shield. Mrs. O'Leary was picking up monsters with her mouth and throwing them around. And yet, all this still wasn't enough. The problem was that there were so few of them left to hold anything. In the process, some of their friends laid wounded on the streets, or even dead. Finally, they cut their way through the mob and made it to the doorstep of the Empire State. But then, from down the street, a whole other mob of monsters were charging straight toward them. Percy knew he couldn't keep this up all day. He felt about 1,000 gallons of sweat dripping down his whole body. Apparently, being invulnerable doesn't mean you won't get tired. Percy wondered what were all the other campers who were watching the bridges and tunnels were doing. Even if they knew what was happening over here, Percy doubted they could make it in time, and he couldn't look away long enough to check the video shield. Then, they heard a hunting horn in the distance, but it wasn't from the huntresses. The echo of the horn seemed to come from all directions. Then, on either side of them, the sound of trampling hooves came down the street. The cavalry had arrived! Party! A drunken centaur shouted. Chiron had arrived with his relatives, aka the party ponies, in the nick of time. The party ponies chased the monsters down the street as far as the eye could see. Chiron asked Annabeth to set up a perimeter around the Empire State while he and his relatives took care of the remaining monsters. Percy wanted to go out there and help Chiron finish the job, but Annabeth advised against it. It was obvious that the centaurs were covering for them so they could make time to regain their strength. Percy didn't like it, but he knew she was right, so they prepared for their next attack. They set up a 2-block perimeter with a command tent next to the entrance of the Empire State Building. Chiron had less than 50 centaurs throughout the country that answered his call. But even that wasn't enough troops to defend a few blocks. Then, Chiron told them that the Olympians were getting too exhausted in their fight with Typhon. He mentioned that Mr. D got whacked away across the country yesterday, and no one had heard a word from him since.
Typhon may arrive this time tomorrow, Chiron continued, if he and Kronos combine forces.
Then what chance do we have? Percy asked. We can't hold out another day. We have to, Dahlia said. I'll try putting more traps around the perimeter.
I shall help you with that,
Chiron said, and they left Percy alone with Annabeth. Percy, she said, you know, even with the centaur's help, I'm starting to think... I know, he said. He had a bad feeling that this might be the last chance they had to talk, and he felt like there were a million things he hadn't told her. Listen, Annabeth, there were some visions that Hestia showed me about Luke. Maybe that was just a safe guess, or maybe she knew what he'd been holding back. Or maybe, just maybe, she'd been having dreams of her own. Yeah, he said. The first time you and him met, and Thalia, and Luke's dad, Luke promised he'd never let me get hurt. He said we'd be a new family and turn out better than his. I talked to Thalia about it. She's afraid that, well, she's worried that I can't face Luke? She asked miserably. Well, yeah, but there's something else. Ethan thought Luke was still alive inside his body, possibly fighting for control. She looked up at the Empire State, then looked back and said, Percy, for so long in my life, I felt like everything was changing so much all the time. I didn't have anyone I could rely on. I thought I found a new family when I found Luke and Thalia, but it fell apart almost immediately. What I'm trying to say is, I hate it when people let me down, when things are temporary. I think that's why I wanted to be an architect. To build something permanent, Percy said, like a monument that could last 1,000 years. I guess that sounds like my fatal flaw again, she said. I guess I understand how you feel, said Percy. But you must realize by now that Thalia was right. Luke had gone to the other side years before Kronos ever got into his head. Heck, it was years before he ever even met me or any of us. We know that now. We've known that for years, and we've lost so many friends since then. And we could end up losing a lot more unless we stop him. I don't want to lose you the same way, especially after what happened on the bridge. She pursed her lips. She was probably trying her best not to get mad. And you'll understand if I keep hoping there's a chance that you're wrong, Percy. And she walked away. He felt like he'd done his best, but it didn't make him feel any better. Then, before Percy knew it, he was standing somewhere else. He was standing in a bar, and next to him, playing an arcade game, was Mr. D. Mr. D? What's going on? He asked. Where are we? Is this a dream? Mr. D explained that he was still knocked out, but he managed to send part of his consciousness to this bar and pulled part of Percy's consciousness over here so they could talk.
Surely even you've learned by now we Olympians can exist in many places at once, he said. It should take me another several hours to fully recover. In the meantime, part of my consciousness is here at this lovely party.
So, what did you want to tell me? Percy asked.
Oh, I wasn't really trying to look for you in particular. I could have pulled out any one of you heroes back there, like your girlfriend, that Annie girl or something.
You mean Annabeth? And she's not my whatever.
Anyway, the point of bringing you here was so that I could deliver a warning. We are in serious danger.
Gosh, I never would have guessed, Percy said.
Indeed, said the wine god. The situation is worse than you can imagine. You probably don't realize how serious things are outside your little safe bubble in New York.
I'm not sure if I could call it safe, said Percy. We're still dealing with monsters attacking Olympus.
Believe me, said Mr. D. The mortals out here are panicking. Typhon has terrified them. But very few are enjoying themselves, like Bobby Earl and his friends over there. They are quite slow. They haven't yet figured out that the world is currently crumbling into chaos. If Olympus falls, not only will the Olympians fade, but also everything that is connected to our legacy, the whole fabric of this puny civilization.
The fabric of civilization?
Yes, your entire society will dissolve. Perhaps not right away, but mark my words, the chaos of the Titans will mean the end of everything. Law, wine, music, video games, all the things that make life worth living will disappear.
So why aren't the Olympians rushing back to help us? Percy asked. We should combine forces, forget Typhon.
The truth is, Perry the Jackson Puss, the Olympians will never admit this, but we actually need you puny mortals to rescue Olympus. You see, we are the manifestations of your culture. Unless heroes like you care a whole awful lot and enough to save Olympus yourselves, nothing is going to get better.
Like Pan, Percy said, depending on the satyrs to save the wild.
Now you've learned something, said Mr. D. I will deny I ever said this, of course, but the Olympians need heroes. They always have. Otherwise, we would not keep you annoying brats around.
Gee, thanks. I feel so wanted, Percy said sarcastically.
You're quite welcome. Just simply use the training I've given you at CAB.
What training? You've never trained me. Chiron did all of that, Percy said.
As I recall, I once predicted you would turn out to be just as selfish as all the other famous heroes. Now here's your chance to prove me wrong. You must save Olympus, Pedro, leave Typhon to the Olympians, and save our own seats of power. This must be done.
Great, said Percy. Nice little chat. Now, if you don't mind, my friends are going to be wondering...
There's more, said Mr. D. Kronos has not yet attained full power. The body of the son of Hermes was a temporary measure.
Yeah, said Percy. We kind of guessed that.
And did you kind of guessed that in a day at the most, that Kronos will burn away that mortal body and take on the true form of a Titan king?
And that would mean?
Oh, you must know how we gods in our true forms can be dangerous in the presence of mortals.
Yeah, the sight alone would kill us.
Well, a Titan's form would be 10 times as bad, and once he is fully formed, he will empower the other Titans. They will be even more powerful than ever compared to now, unless you can stop them.
Percy probably should have been terrified, but he felt like he was already as scared as he could get. So, can I go now? He asked.
Oh, one more thing. My son, Pollux. If he is by any chance still alive back there, I'd very much appreciate it if you kept him that way. I know how hard it was for him to accept his twin brother Castor's passing. I would hate to see him go out the same way.
Percy tried to wrap his mind around the idea that Mr. D was actually a caring father. He wondered how many of the other Olympians were worried about their kids right now. "I'll do my best," Percy said.
"Your best," Mr. D muttered. "Well, isn't that reassuring? Go on, then. You have some nasty surprises waiting for you back there."
"What?" With the wave of the wine god's hand, Percy was back in the same place where he was talking with Annabeth. She didn't give any sign that he'd been gone or anything, but she caught him staring and frowned. "What?" she asked. "Oh, nothing," he said. He gazed down the street and wondered what Mr. D meant about nasty surprises and how much worse could all of this get. Then he noticed a familiar car down the street with a hood that was badly dented, like some animal climbed over it. His spine tingled. He looked through the window, and just as he'd guessed, it was Paul's car. He and Percy's mom were passed out inside. How did he not even notice them before? "Quick, help me," Percy called to Annabeth. "We gotta get him out." Then Chiron galloped over. "Percy, what's going on?" Oh dear." "I think they were looking for me," Percy said. "Maybe my mom had sensed something was wrong."
"Most likely," said Chiron. "But don't worry, Percy. They're going to be fine."
Then he noticed something in the back seat he didn't notice at first. "Pandora's jar?" "What? No, that can't be," he said. "I had Thalia lock that up in the vault in the Plaza Hotel."
"You found Pandora's Pithos?" Chiron asked.
He quickly explained to Chiron about his meeting with Prometheus.
"Well, if that's true, then the deal is official," Chiron said. "The jar is yours, Percy. It will follow you, tempting you to open it, no matter where you leave it. It will appear when you are weakest."
Percy thought about Prometheus's words.
"Give up hope, and I'll know that you are surrendering." "But it's going to be all right, Percy," Chiron said. "We can move them and take the jar to Olympus."
Before they could do anything, they heard something that sounded a lot like a helicopter in the distance. Down the street, a red chopper flew in their direction. "What the heck is that?" Annabeth wondered. "How did they not go unconscious after passing the barrier?"
"Morpheus's enchantments take effect only a bit slower in the sky than on the ground," Chiron said, "and I think only now the pilot just lost consciousness."
They watched in horror as the chopper slid sideways and bumped into one of the office buildings. Annabeth whistled and Guido the Pegasus flew out of nowhere. She saddled up without waiting for anyone, and she flew toward the chopper. As soon as she got closer, she leaped off the horse, jumped inside, pulled the unconscious pilot out of his seat, got hold of the controls, and managed to gently put the chopper down on a clear spot down the street. It turned out that Rachel was in the chopper. The chopper belonged to her father's company, and she had the pilot fly her over here. She obviously didn't know about Morpheus' sleep spell. "Where in the heck did you learn to fly a helicopter?" Percy asked Annabeth. "My dad's crazy about aviation," she explained. "Plus, Daedalus's laptop had notes on flying machines. I just took my best guess on the controls." "Annabeth," Percy said, "you just saved Rachel's life." "Yeah, you did," said Rachel. "Thanks, Annabeth." "Yeah, well, let's not make a habit out of it. What are you even doing here, Dare? Don't you know better than to fly into a war zone?" Rachel looked in Percy's direction. I had to be here. I knew Percy was in trouble." "Got that right," Annabeth grumbled. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I got some injured friends I got to attend to. Glad you could stop by, Rachel." "Annabeth," Percy called. "Wait, I didn't—" But Annabeth just stormed off. Rachel plopped down on the curb in despair. "I'm so sorry, Percy. I didn't mean to. I always mess things up." "Hey, it's okay," he said. "So, what was your message anyway?" "How do you know about that?" "Another dream I had." Rachel didn't look too surprised. "I've been seeing things too," she said. "And not just through the mist. I've been
drawing pictures and writing lines in ancient Greek, Percy finished. Do you know what they say? That's what I wanted to talk to you about, she said. That's why I tried to invite you to come with me on my vacation. I thought you could help me figure out what's happening to me. And there's something else that's about to happen. A trick that ends in death.
Whose death?
I don't know, but don't you feel it?
No.
I know it doesn't make sense, but the thought just came to me. It has to do with that message I wrote in the beach.
The one where you wrote my name? He remembered. Perseus, in ancient Greek.
I didn't really get the chance to write down the whole message, Rachel said, but I know it's important. You have to hear it. It said, Perseus, you are not the hero.
He stared at her like she just slapped him. You risked being sent to a lame school just to tell me I'm not the hero?
It's important, Percy. It'll affect what you do.
You mean like I'm not the hero in the prophecy? He asked. Or like not the hero that defeats Kronos?
I'm sorry, Percy. That's all I know. I had to tell you because...
Well, Chiron interrupted, this must be Miss Dare.
Percy wanted to yell at Chiron to go away, but he knew better, of course. He was just too frustrated with Rachel's confusing warnings, but he controlled himself. Yeah, he said. Rachel, this is Chiron.
I couldn't help notice you're not asleep, Miss Dare, Chiron said, and yet you are mortal.
Yes, she said. I don't know why I didn't fall asleep, but I had to be here to warn Percy.
Warn Percy?
Percy told him how Rachel had been having visions, writing lines and making drawings.
Perhaps we should take this conversation inside, Miss Dare, he said.
Chiron, Percy asked, you can help her, can't you? You can explain how she's got to be careful and not to go too far, right?
Yes, Percy, I shall do my best to understand what's happening and advise Miss Dare, but this may take some time. In the meantime, you should get some sleep. We've set up some bunks inside the Empire State. We've also moved your parents' car to safety. The enemy seems to be staying put for now.
Everyone keeps telling me to sleep, he grumbled. I don't need sleep. I need to protect my friends.
Percy, you may be invulnerable, but it only makes your body tired faster. I remembered how Achilles slept so much during the Trojan War. Why, when that boy slept, he slept. But we're going to need you at full strength once Kronos arrives. You may be our only hope.
So he went inside the lobby and collapsed on an empty bunk. 1 minute he doubted he could sleep at all, and the next minute his eyes shut and he dreamed he was back in Hades' palace. Nico kept following his father as he paced the floor. You have to, Nico begged.
I don't have to do anything, Hades growled. I am the ruler of the underworld.
Father, please. If Olympus falls, your own palace's safety doesn't matter. You'll fade too.
I am not an Olympian, he growled. My family has made that perfectly clear.
You are, Nico insisted, even if you or the others don't realize it for yourselves.
You saw what they did to your mother, and you had me help them? They deserve what they're about to face. They've always been nothing to me but trouble, and always causing bigger trouble for anyone or anything I hold dear. As far as I know, they're responsible for your sister's death too.
My mother understood about family, Nico said. That's why she didn't want to leave us. You can't just abandon your family just because they did something horrible. You've done some horrible things to them too. You can't just cut yourself off from the other gods.
I've been doing quite well at it for thousands of years.
And has it made you feel any better? Nico asked. Has that curse you put on the Oracle helped you at all? Holding grudges is the fatal flaw. Bianca warned me about that, and she was right.
I would not help the others even if they begged me, Hades growled. Not even if that upstart Percy Jackson dared to barge back down here and plead with me.
You're just as much of an outcast as I am, Nico said.
You just gotta stop being so angry about it and do something helpful for once. That's the only way they'll respect you. Hades' palm filled with Greek fire. Go ahead, Nico said. That's just what the others would expect from you. Prove them right. Oh, husband, maybe the boy has a point, Persephone suggested. I'd rather fight than see all the plant life burn away. Before Percy could see what happened next, the dream changed, and he saw the United Nations building. Kronos paced around the top of the plaza.
I hate this place, Kronos muttered. United Nations, as if mankind could ever reunite. Remind me to incinerate this place after I take a hair of Olympus. Of course, my lord, Prometheus said. Those centaurs will be sorry they ever mess with me. I'll feed them to the hellhounds for what they did. And I'll start with my disappointing horse's butt son, Chiron. They're short on support from the war god's children, so for now, I think I'll send them a little gift that they won't be able to handle without that support. Release the dragon!
He slammed his scythe on the floor, and a loud roar shook the building. The sound of a woken dragon. It roared so loud and horribly, it woke Percy up. He realized he could still hear it from a mile away. The centaurs tried to form ranks. Percy told Chiron about his dream and mentioned the part where Kronos released a dragon. Then Chiron told him that Rachel had a vision of a dragon. It just popped into my head, really, Rachel said, but this dragon has a particular fate. It'll be killed by a child of Ares. How could you possibly know that? Annabeth asked. I just saw it, Rachel said. I can't explain it. Well, let's just hope you're wrong, Percy said, 'cause we're real short on Ares kids right now. Then a horrible thought occurred to Percy. He remembered what Kronos said in the last dream about how they couldn't beat the dragon without the support from the Ares kids. He must have known that they couldn't beat it without them. That's why they chose that particular monster. Has anyone heard from Selena? Percy asked.
No, Chiron said. As far as we know, she's still at camp trying to reason with Clarice and the others. If she hasn't gotten through them yet, there may be no time left.
A horrible roar shook the ground, and it sounded really close. Rachel, Percy said, you might want to get back inside, like, right now. What? No, I want to stay with you, she complained. Then, stopping down the street and crushing cars, they saw it. The dragon. On second thought, I'll be inside, Rachel cried. If you don't know about dragons, here's some advice. There's a bit of a difference between a dragon and a draken. Dragons are thousands of years older and so much bigger that they might as well be giant worms. Most of them don't have wings or breathe fire like dragons, but all dragons are poisonous and their hide is stronger than titanium. Camp Half-Blood has some training for dragon fighting, but there's no amount of training that could prepare heroes for a serpent as thick as a tank and half the size of the Empire State Building. Will you help me? Percy asked Annabeth. It's what I'm here for, she said miserably. I help my friends. He felt like a complete jerk. He wanted to pull her aside and explain that he didn't really mean for Rachel to be here, and it wasn't really his idea, but there was just no time left. Listen, he said, use your cap and go invisible. Look for weak spots in its armor while I keep it busy, but be careful. He whistled for Mrs. O'Leary, mounted up, and they charged for the monster. As the centaurs fired their weapons, Mrs. O'Leary climbed her way up to the monster's back. Then the dragon lunged for Percy, then Percy plunged his sword deep into the dragon's left eye. The monster screamed and reared from the pain. The rest of the battle wasn't looking any better. The centaurs were getting overwhelmed by all the enemy soldiers. Then Annabeth appeared out of nowhere on the dragon's back. She jammed her dagger into the dragon's scales but couldn't make a dent. The dragon roared and coiled, launching Annabeth in the air. Luckily, Percy caught her just before she could break her neck. Then there was a rumbling sound in the distance. It wasn't a sound you'd hear much in New York, but Percy recognized it immediately. chariot wheels. Ares! A girl's voice screamed. The Ares cabin came to the rescue, and Clarice was leading them. The Ares cabin? But how did Rachel know? Annabeth asked. Percy had no answer, but at least now no one could say that the Ares cabin wasn't brave. Ares to me! Clarice shouted. Her voice sounded a little higher than usual, but Percy guessed that was no surprise considering what she was charging toward. While her cabin mates went to keep the enemy soldiers busy, Clarice jumped onto the dragons and ran for its head. Just as she was about to plunge her spear into its head, poof, it spat out poison all over her, and she collapsed on the pavement. Then the dragon's full attention was back on Percy and Annabeth. But just then, bonk, someone threw their shield at the dragon from down the street. But what they saw made no sense. It was Clarice? But that was impossible. If she was there, then who was that girl who got poisoned? You want death? She shouted at the monster. You've got it! She picked up the spear from the fallen girl, and... jab. The spear was launched into the monster's mouth, zapping it with 10,000 volts, and its whole body exploded into dust. Her siblings stared in awe. They've never seen anyone take down such a huge monster so quickly and single-handedly. But Clarice didn't care about that. She got down on her knees next to the imposter. She pulled off the helmet, revealing... Selena? Her features, that had once been beautiful, were now badly burned from the poison, so much that no amount of ambrosia or nectar could save her. Rachel's words rang in Percy's ears. Something is about to happen, a trick that ends in death. Now he was seeing what she meant. Clarice held Selena's head up. You stupid Aphrodite girl, Clarice sobbed. What were you thinking? Wouldn't listen, Selena said weakly. Only would listen to you. So you just waited until Chris and I were out on patrol to steal my clothes while I wasn't looking and pretended to be me? Clarice asked. And not one person realized? She shouted to her siblings. You idiots! You all knew where I was. How could you not know it wasn't me? Don't blame them, Selena said. They wanted to believe I was you. Besides, it's the least I can do for all I've done. She pulled out a necklace from her pocket. Hanging on it was a scythe charm, aka the Mark of Kronos. They all couldn't believe it. Selena was the spy. It's all my fault, she said. The pine tree, Charlie, the attack on camp. No, Clarice whimpered. No, it can't be. How can it? Why would you? Before I liked Charlie, Luke was so nice to me. Later, I wanted to stop helping him, but then Luke threatened to tell. He promised the ones I cared for most wouldn't get hurt, but he lied. And ever since Charlie died... Percy turned to Annabeth. She looked like someone yanked the world out from under her feet. Forgive me, Selena said weakly. No, Clarice cried. No, you're not dying on me. You hear me? You're not. It's okay, Selena said. It's okay. I just want to see Charlie again. I just want to see Charlie. She didn't speak again. She didn't move again. She didn't shed another tear again. Selena was gone. Clarice cradled Selena in her arms. For a moment, they could have sworn Clarice's eyes glowed literally like fire, just like her father. She got up, picked up a sword from a fallen demigod, and went to avenge her best friend. Thanks to Clarice, most of the enemy soldiers were cleared away in a jiffy, and she saved a whole lot of trouble. Even without her armor, that girl was a demon. For a moment, Clarice was as invincible as Percy was. In fact, she almost seemed like she was glowing.
"It's the blessing of Ares," Thalia exclaimed. "I've never actually seen it in person before."
"I gotta go help her," Percy said. "She'll be overrun before she knows it." "No, she's buying us time," Chris said. "You have to stay safe until Kronos shows up again. I'll make sure she comes back. She'll get exhausted eventually."
"Percy," Thalia called. "My hunters and I can stay here and stand guard. You should get to Olympus. I have a feeling you're going to be needed up there to set up the final defense." "Come on, Percy," Annabeth said.
The lobby was jam-packed with campers and satyrs. When Percy and Annabeth stepped inside, the Stoll brothers caught their attention. They told Percy that the doorman had fled. Because of that, the defenses for the entrance to Olympus were now disabled, which meant now anyone could walk right into the elevators and go straight up, which meant they were desperate for reinforcements, which they didn't have. Maybe that's not entirely true," Percy said, looking out the window. "Hold that thought, guys." He opened the front door and whispered a favor in his dog's ear. She licked him, and Shadow traveled away. Then Percy spotted Grover in one corner tending to Linnaeus. He sounded really sick when he spoke.
"Grover, is that you?"
he murmured. Despite all the things he had said to Grover before, Grover had blinked back tears and said, "I'm here, Linnaeus."
"Did we win?"
he asked.
"Yes," Grover lied. "We drove the enemy away. All thanks to you."
"Told ya,"
the old satyr mumbled.
"True leader. True."
He closed his eyes for the last time. Grover blinked back more tears. Then he put his hand on the old satyr's forehead and whispered an ancient blessing. Linnaeus's body glowed and shrank into a single yellow carnation.
I should plant this in the gardens of Olympus," said Grover.
"Me and Annabeth are going up there now," Percy said. "Come on." As the easy listening music played, Percy thought about the first time he'd rode this elevator up to Olympus to return Zeus's missing master bolt. It was only 3 summers ago. He was only 12 years old, and he went up there completely alone. He was really glad that Annabeth and Grover were with him now. He had the feeling that this might be their last adventure together.
"Percy," Annabeth said quietly. Her voice was shaky. "Whatever happens next, I just wanted to say I'm sorry about before, and you were right about Luke. I know you tried to tell me. I didn't really want to believe you until we learned how he used Selena. Now I know. I hope you're happy."
"I'm not sure why that's supposed to make me happy," he said. She put her face against the wall and didn't look at him again.
"Well, sure is good to have the old gang back together again," Grover said. "Just the 3 of us, headed for a showdown. The fate of the world in our hands. Oh look, here's our floor."
Once again, Percy and his friends stood on the doorsteps to
Olympus.
The only movement was in the parks, which had been set up as field hospitals. Will Solace and the Apollo kids tended to the wounded with some help from some naiads and dryads. Mr. D's son, Pollux, tried to insist that he could still fight, but Percy convinced him to stay put and stay safe with the wounded. "It's just a personal favor, okay?" Percy told him. Sure, he could have told him that it was what his dad had asked for, but Percy didn't want to accidentally embarrass the guy. "Fine," Pollux said. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover continued walking up the high steps. As soon as Kronos would make it up the elevator, fates forbid, one way or another, he would immediately storm his way up here and bash apart the 12 thrones, destroying the center of power of the Olympians. Inside the throne room, Rachel was sitting at the foot of Zeus's throne, holding Pandora's Pythos. "Rachel, what are you doing with that?" Percy asked.
I can see hope inside, she said. So fragile.
Rachel. She snapped back to reality and handed him the jar. Annabeth looked at Grover and said, Grover, why don't we go look for that nice spot for your plant? She dragged him out before he could answer and left Percy alone with Rachel. Then Percy spotted someone across the room who he was pretty sure wasn't there a second ago. It was Hestia, in her little girl form. Come on, Rachel, Percy said. I want you to meet someone. They sat next to the goddess.
Hello, my dear Rachel, she said. You've come to our hearth at last.
You've been expecting me? Rachel asked. Hestia waved her hand, and images projected in the flames that Percy recognized. Sally and Paul's wedding, last year's New Year's Eve countdown, driving along the beach with Rachel.
To claim your place at the hearth, Hestia explained, you must let go of your distractions. It is the only way you will survive.
I understand, said Rachel. Understand what? Percy asked. Rachel, do you know what she's talking about?
Percy, when I came here, I thought I was coming for you, but I wasn't. You and me?
She shook her head. Wait, me? Now, I'm a distraction? Is this because I'm not the hero or whatever?
I'm not sure I can put it into words, Percy. I was drawn to you because, well, you opened the doors to all of this. I needed to understand my true sight, but you and me, that wasn't part of it. Our fates aren't intertwined. I think you've always known that deep down.
He stared at her for a while. Maybe Percy wasn't the brightest guy in the world when it came to girls, but he was pretty sure Rachel was dumping him. Which was kinda lame because they never actually had been together. So what now? He asked. Thanks for bringing me to Olympus. See you later? Is that what you're saying?
Percy Jackson, Hestia said. Rachel has told you all she can. Her moment is coming, but your decision approaches more rapidly. Are you prepared?
He wanted to complain that he wasn't even close to being prepared. Then he looked at Pandora's jar, and for the first time, he had an urge to open it. Hope seemed pretty useless right now. So many of his friends were already dead, Rachel was cutting him off, Annabeth was upset with him, and his parents were sleeping down in the street somewhere while a monster army surrounded the building. Olympus was on the verge of falling, and he'd seen so many cruel things that the gods have done. Zeus destroying Maria D'Angelo, Hades cursing the last oracle, and Hermes turning his back on Luke even when he knew Luke would turn evil. Prometheus's words echoed in Percy's mind. Stand down, and your forces will be granted amnesty. Then he remembered what he heard Nico say to Hades. If Olympus falls, your own palace's safety won't even matter anymore. Then Annabeth and Grover came back into the room. Percy could guess he had a strange look on his face.
Percy?
Annabeth asked. She no longer sounded angry, just concerned.
Should we, leave again?
Just then, he felt like he just got injected with steel. He knew what to do now. He looked at Rachel and asked, You're not gonna do anything stupid, are you? I mean, you did talk to Chiron, right? I mean, will you be okay?
I guess that all depends on you saving the world, hero, she said, smiling.
He picked up the pithus and offered it to Hestia. Lady Hestia, he said, I give you this as an offering.
I am the least of the gods, she said. Why would you trust me with this?
Because you're the last Olympian, he said. You're the most important because hope survives best at the hearth. If you can guard it for me, I won't be tempted to give up again. The goddess smiled, and she took the jar.
Well done, Percy Jackson, she said. May the Olympians bless you.
We're about to find out, he said. And just like that, Percy hatched an idea. He looked at Annabeth and Grover and said, Guys, we've got work to do. He went up to his father's throne and climbed on. Then, immediately, poof!
Who dares to... What? Percy? Poseidon said. "Oh, Percy, what do you think you're doing? You realize if I hadn't looked first, I could have blasted you to bits."
"I'm sorry, Dad, but I just needed to get your attention. It's an emergency." He told him his plan, and Poseidon was silent for a long time.
"Percy," he said, "what you asked for is impossible. My palace—"
"Dad, there's a reason you're stuck in a battle of your own. Kronos is trying to separate you guys because it could give him a better chance at winning."
"Be that as it may," Poseidon said, "he still attacks my home."
"Look, I know it's a big risk," Percy said, "but if we can't save Olympus, I may not see you again."
"Very well," Poseidon said. "It shall be as you say, but you must pray that this works."
"I am praying, Dad. I'm talking to you right now."
Oh, yes, so you are. Good point."
Then he disappeared. Then Thalia came in and told them that the enemy was advancing on the Empire State Building, and Kronos was leading them. When they got back down to the streets, they were already too late. Campers and hunters were wounded on the sidewalks. Clarice was frozen in a block of ice. The centaurs were nowhere to be seen. Either they fled, or Percy didn't want to think about it. Chiron stood across from Kronos like a cowboy in a western showdown.
"Stand aside, little son!" Kronos shouted. "Hello, father," Chiron replied.
Hearing Chiron and Luke call each other father and son was just too weird for words.
"You're just a teacher," Kronos argued. "It's not the same as a hero." "Luke was a hero, and a good one, until you corrupted him," Chiron said. "Fool!" Kronos shouted. "You filled his head with empty promises. You said the gods cared about me."
"Me?" Chiron noticed. "You said me?" Kronos looked confused, and at that moment Chiron took his chance and charged. It was a good maneuver, but since Kronos possessed Luke, he had all of Luke's training. He knocked Chiron's blade aside, and then a blinding light exploded between the two of them, sending Chiron through the air and slamming into the side of the building. Their teacher was buried in bricks. A ripple of ugly laughter ran through the Titan's army. He raised his scythe, but before anyone could make another move, from somewhere behind them they heard a loud "Ow!" The enemy forces cleared a path, as if something was forcing them to. The ground rumbled, and a huge geyser of fire burst out of nowhere. When the flames died, a huge black chariot appeared in their place. It was Hades, along with Demeter and Persephone, and Nico was riding Mrs. O'Leary right next to them. "Hey, Percy, we got your message," Nico called. "Is it too late to join the party?"
"Hold your grounds, you maggots!"
Kronos shouted.
"Hello, father," Hades said, smiling coldly. "You're looking less mature. I hope you and the ladies have come to pledge your allegiance, Hades."
"I've come only because my son has convinced me that I should prioritize my list of enemies."
He glanced at Percy with distaste.
"As much as I dislike certain upstart demigods," he continued, "it would just not do for Olympus to fall. I would miss bickering with my siblings. And if there's anything we can agree on, it is this. You are a terrible father."
He struck his scythe into the ground, and a crack spread in either direction. A wall of light shot out from the crack and seemed to leap over the Empire State Building in a single bound. "He's controlling the magic boundaries," Thalia said. "He shrunk it down so it's only covering the Empire State." Sure enough, outside the barrier, car engines vroomed to life. The pedestrians who were laying around started waking up and staring apprehendingly at the monsters. Whatever the mist made them see, it was probably still plenty scary. At the end of the block, Sally and Paul got out of their car. Sally could see through the mist, so she might have understood how bad things were going on. Percy could only hope she had the sense to run.
But then she locked eyes with Percy and ran straight toward him. Percy didn't want them to get Kronos' attention. Hades blasted the force field with black energy, but it couldn't put a scratch on it. He ordered his soldiers to attack the monsters, and they chased them down the street. Fifth Avenue exploded into chaos. Mortals screamed and ran for cover. With a wave of Demeter's hand, she turned a group of giants into plants. Persephone changed all the monsters' weapons into bouquets. Nico slashed his way through the enemy, protecting citizens as best he could.
Nakamura!
Kronos shouted,
Follow me!
and he ran for the doors and knocked the heroes off their feet. Percy couldn't believe it, but it also made him mad. Outside the bubble, Paul picked up a sword from a fallen hero and was doing surprisingly good to keep the Drachni busy. Percy could recall a couple of stories of how he took part in a lot of Shakespearean school plays as a kid. That was probably why. A giant charged in Sally's direction and then, bam! She pulled out a shotgun from a police car and blasted the monster into nothing. "Mom?" Percy exclaimed. "Where in the heck did you learn to use a shotgun?" "This summer I met your father," she said. "I may or may not have had at least one dangerously exciting adventure with him before saying goodbye." "Percy, listen," Sally continued. "We'll be okay. Just do what you need to do." "Come on, Percy, let's go!" Annabeth exclaimed. As they climbed the steps, there was a tremor under their feet. No one noticed until seconds later that the Hera statue started toppling to the side. "Annabeth!" Thalia cried. She shoved Annabeth and Percy out of the way in time, but the statue slammed right on Thalia's legs, pinning her to the steps. They couldn't pull her out, and the statue was too heavy to move without a dozen Cyclopes. "Just go," Thalia said. "I'll be fine. Don't hesitate another second to stop Kronos." They didn't like it, but they knew she was right. It was Hera, Annabeth realized. "She was trying to get back at me again. She would have killed me. She's gonna pay for this." "Yeah, don't let her hear you say that," Percy said. "Grover, protect him, please," Thalia whimpered. "With my life, my lady," he answered confidently. Once the trio stepped inside, they saw Kronos standing in the middle of the throne room. Ethan stood at his side. There was no sign of Hestia or Rachel or Bessie, which really worried Percy. He really hoped Kronos hadn't already slaughtered them. The hearth was almost dead. There was just a tiny flame barely spewing out.
Finally, Kronos bellowed, the Olympian consul, so proud and mighty. Which seat of power shall I destroy first? The king's? The queen's? The throne of the father of my arch-enemy? I know, he continued, pointing at Hermes' throne. How about the throne of the one god that made all this possible?
Then he quickly turned around and pointed at Percy. Apparently he already knew he was standing there the whole time.
Or how about you first, Jackson? He asked, smiling. Is that the choice you will make, to fight me and die instead of bowing down? Prophecies never end well, you know.
Luke would fight with a sword, Percy said, but I guess you don't have his skill. Kronos sneered. Then his sight began to change until he held Luke's old weapon, Backbiter. Annabeth gasped, like she suddenly had an idea. "Percy, the blade! The hero's soul-cursed blade shall reap!" That line wasn't exactly a morale booster. He didn't know why she brought it up now. But before he could say anything, Kronos raised his sword. Percy jumped out of the way, then their swords clashed, and Percy pulled him around, and then they locked blades. Ethan was about to jump in, but Annabeth intercepted him. Grover played his pipes, filling Percy with warmth and courage. Then Percy's and Kronos' swords were locked, and Annabeth saw her chance to intervene. But then Kronos flicked his hand and sent her flying into her mother's throne, crumbling to the floor. Annabeth! Percy cried. Ethan got to his feet, and Kronos managed to pull Percy to the floor. He now lay between Kronos and Ethan.
Now, Nakamura, he called. Time to prove yourself. You know Jackson's secret weakness. Kill him now, and you shall have rewards beyond measure.
Ethan looked at Percy's midsection, and Percy could tell he knew. Even if he didn't have the guts to do it, he could have just told Kronos so Kronos could do it himself. So what was he waiting for? Ethan, please, Percy begged. The world is falling apart. Is this really what you want? Do you really want everything and everyone destroyed? The good, the bad, and the everything? You told me your mom is the goddess of balance. That when someone has too much, she evens it up, right? So maybe the minor gods don't have the same respect as the Olympians. Maybe they do deserve better, but total destruction isn't balanced, Ethan. Kronos doesn't build, he only destroys. Ethan swayed to Grover's music, as if it were filling him with nostalgia, like a wish to see a beautiful day, anywhere but here. He blinked. Then he raised his sword and charged at the Titan Lord's neck. Unfortunately, the blade just shattered on impact, and Ethan felt his stomach in his throat. He stomped his foot, and the floor cracked under Ethan's feet. The son of Nemesis fell through the floor, straight through the heart of the mountain, straight into open air. Percy's only thought was to keep Kronos away from Annabeth. Their blades clashed in a shower of sparks. Kronos was stronger, but for a moment, Percy felt the power of the ocean flowing through his muscles. He managed to swing Kronos around again. Then he swung Riptide and cut the straps off his armor, causing them to fall off.
It's too late, Jackson, he said. Behold!
He pointed to the hearth, and the flames revealed an image of Typhon. He made it to New York, and was marching through the Hudson River. The Olympians were struggling to hold him back. They kept attacking with fire and lightning and arrows and whatever else they could throw at him.
The Olympians are giving their final effort, Kronos said. How pathetic.
Zeus shot some thunder at Typhon, and the blast shook up the world. Percy could feel the shock while he was still inside the palace. When the dust cleared, the black smoke that embraced Typhon's body was lifted, and Percy saw his horrifying form clearly for the first time. Typhon was still standing strong, and he roared in anger so loudly it shook up the world. Percy thought to himself, Dad, please, whatever you're planning, it has to be now. Like a miracle, a conch horn roared in the air, and a 40-foot geyser burst out of the Hudson River, followed by a chariot driven by Percy's dad. It was his dad the way he knew him, younger-looking, strong, handsome, and healthy again. That sight made Percy so happy he almost felt like crying.
Now, my brethren, Poseidon ordered, strike for Olympus!
An army of Cyclops warriors burst out of the surface, riding hippocampi. Leading them into battle was Tyson, and Briareus was standing by his side. Most of the Cyclopes held what seemed to be celestial bronze handles. When Tyson raised his club, Percy saw that they were actually net guns. Their nets spread out so wide they wrapped around Typhon. Typhon shook and roared, yanking at the nets, but they were so strong, even for him. Then Poseidon pounded his trident, and a huge hole in the ocean floor sucked Typhon down like a huge drain, going straight to Tartarus. Typhon was gone, and Poseidon had won. Kronos totally lost it.
No!
They should be on their way, Percy said. You have lost.
No,
Kronos growled.
No, no, no! I haven't even started!
Grover tried to protect Percy, but Kronos slapped him out of the way like a rag doll. Grover! Percy cried. Distracted, Kronos managed to disarm him, and he threw Riptide out the window. Percy tried to move, but his body felt slow. It was Kronos' power over time again. Stop! Annabeth shouted. Luke, please! I understand now. You have to trust me.
Luke Castellan is dead!
Kronos roared.
His body will burn away as soon as I regain my true form.
Percy was desperate to get up and attack while Kronos was distracted, but Kronos' powers still anchored him down. He couldn't understand how Annabeth was gaining the strength to get up on her feet and stand up to Kronos, considering she had just been half dead. And how was she able to resist Kronos' time-slowing powers? Seriously, where in the underworld was all this coming from? Kronos struck her in the face and she fell forward.
Your mother saw your fate, she grunted.
Service to Kronos,
the Titan roared.
This is my fate.
No,
Annabeth whimpered. Her eyes were tearing up, maybe from sadness or pain. Percy wasn't sure.
That's not the end, Luke, she said. The prophecy, she saw what you would do. It applies to you.
I will crush you.
You won't,
Annabeth said.
You promised. You're holding Kronos back even now.
Lies!
He kicked her in the face and she collapsed. Again. Percy summoned all his will. He managed to rise, but it felt like holding the weight of the sky again. Kronos pointed his sword at Annabeth's face.
Family, Luke,
she croaked.
You promised.
Percy took a painful step forward. Grover was back on his feet, but he was struggling to move just as Percy was. Neither of them could get close enough to Annabeth.
Promise,
Luke groaned. He gasped, like he couldn't get air. Annabeth? His voice wasn't the Titan's voice. It was Luke's.
You're bleeding.
She tried to reach for her knife, but she was still too weak, and she turned to Percy.
Percy, please.
For a moment, Percy felt free to move again. He ran and swiped Luke's sword out of his hand. For some reason, Luke barely paid attention and kept his eyes glued to Annabeth. Percy picked up her dagger, then he threw Luke's sword into the hearth, and it melted into the flames immediately. Now, Percy was all that stood between Kronos and Annabeth. "Don't touch her!" he growled. Anger rippled across his face, and Kronos' voice growled,
Jackson!
His body seemed to go gold. He gasped and talked in Luke's voice again.
Percy, he's changing. He's almost ready. He won't need my body anymore.
No!
Kronos growled. Percy tried to attack, but Kronos pushed him with such force he landed next to Annabeth.
Percy, the knife, she said. Hero's soul cursed blade shall reap.
Percy wasn't sure how her knife applied to the prophecy. It's not like it was a legendary weapon with unique abilities or a big story behind it. But Percy was more worried about why Luke was just standing there, watching them without even making a move. Percy struggled to his feet and picked up the knife. Percy just had to kill him. That was the plan. Luke seemed to know what he was thinking.
You can't do it yourself, he said. It'll break my control. He'll keep defending himself. Only my hand. I know where I can keep him controlled.
Percy raised the knife to strike. Then he looked at Grover helping Annabeth to her feet. He remembered the flashback where Luke and Annabeth first met, and how this dagger once belonged to Luke just before giving it to Annabeth and promising to take care of her. Then he remembered what Rachel had said.
You are not the hero, she had said. It'll affect what you do.
Please,
Luke groaned. No time.
If Kronos regained his true form, there would be no stopping him. He would make Typhon look like a playground bully. A line from the prophecy echoed in Percy's head. A hero's soul, cursed blade, shall reap. Percy's whole world tipped upside down. He gave the knife to Luke. Annabeth and Grover watched in shock. Luke grasped the hilt. Percy stood before him, defenseless. With hesitation, he stabbed himself in the chest. Luke howled, and his eyes glowed like lava. The throne room shook, throwing Percy and his friends off their feet. Percy looked away as a bright aura of energy filled the room. When the light died, Percy opened his eyes to see Luke laying at the foot of the hearth. Luke's eyes were normal again, and his old scar reappeared on his face. The trio knelt next to him. Luke looked at Annabeth.
You knew, didn't you? He said. I almost killed you, but you knew.
Shh. You were a hero in the end, Luke, she said. You'll go to Elysium.
Did you love me?
He asked. She looked at Percy, like she was drinking in the fact that he was still here, and Percy realized he felt the same way. The world was collapsing, and the one thing that mattered to Percy that very moment was that Annabeth was alive. She blinked the tears out of her eyes and said,
There might have been a time I thought, well, you were like a brother to me, Luke, she continued. But no, I didn't love you. Not like that anyway.
He nodded, like he expected that.
It'll be all right, Grover said. We can get some ambrosia. We can...
Grover,
Luke gulped.
You're the bravest satyr I've ever known. But there's no healing this.
He coughed and tugged at Percy's sleeve.
Percy, Ethan, me, my old cabin mates, all the unclaimed,
he said sadly.
Please, don't let it happen again. Promise me, they'll all be claimed. Don't let them be forgotten. Please.
Okay, I won't, Percy said. I promise.
And promise me,
Luke continued crying.
Whatever happens, you make sure she stays alive. Promise me you'll protect her. And promise, whatever it takes, you'll make sure she lives a happy life. Because she deserves so much better than all of this.
Percy looked at Annabeth, who was at a loss for words. Then he looked back at Luke, blinked the tears out of his eyes, and said, Okay, I will. I promise. Luke's hand went slack. A tear dripped down his face as his eyes closed. Luke was dead. The throne room doors thundered open, and the Olympians marched in like they were expecting a battle. Instead, they stared in awe at the kids kneeling over Luke's corpse. Hermes ran and got down next to his son.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Then the three Fates appeared behind them, with a shroud prepared for Luke. Percy hadn't seen those creepy ladies in forever. He still remembered the first time he'd seen them on a road trip home from Yancey Academy, and he saw them snip a lifeline. He'd only been 12 years old and hadn't yet realized who they were, or what he was. They scared him then, and they scared him now. One of them looked at Percy straight in the eye, and his life flashed before him. So many points of his life flashed one after the other from present time, all the way up to his own funeral. It is done, the lady said. She held up a piece of string snipped in half, and Percy knew it was the exact same one they had snipped all those years ago. That wasn't my lifeline, was it? Percy asked. It was Luke's all along. Yes, Percy Jackson, she said, and don't worry. There's more to your story that has yet to be told. As they loaded Luke up on the shroud, Hermes asked them to wait a moment, and he whispered a blessing in ancient Greek.
Farewell, my son,
he whispered. As they carried Luke away, Percy thought about Luke's mom, how she would never realize that her only son would never come home, no matter how many cookies and sandwiches she made. Then he thought about the prophecy, a hero's soul cursed blade shall reap. This whole time, the big decision Percy had to make was to decide to give Luke that dagger, the exact same dagger Luke had given Annabeth all those years ago. It was cursed because Luke had broken his promise and betrayed his friends. A single choice shall end his days. That choice was to give Luke the knife and believe, just as Annabeth had, that Luke was still capable of setting things right, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Olympus to preserve or raise. By sacrificing himself, Luke had saved Olympus. It turned out that Percy wasn't the hero, just as Rachel had said. It had always been Luke. Percy was just the one to make sure it went as planned. The fates had shown him which life had to be sacrificed in order to set things right. Percy also understood something else. When Luke descended into the river Styx, he would have had to focus on something important, something that anchored him to his mortal life. Otherwise, he would have dissolved. Percy had seen Annabeth, and he had a feeling Luke had too. He must have seen that same scene Hestia had shown Percy of Luke traveling with Annabeth and Thalia back when he promised they would be a family. Hurting Annabeth in battle had shocked him into remembering that promise. It had allowed his mortal conscience to take over again and defeat Kronos. His Achilles' heel had saved them all. The next few hours were a blur. No one noticed until last minute that it was well after midnight when Luke died. Percy remembered his promise to his mom. Zeus didn't even blink when Percy told him his request. He snapped his fingers, and the lights at the top of the Empire State glowed blue. The mortals would just have to wonder what it meant, but Percy's mom knew. He was safe, and the fighting was over. Preparing the throne room wasn't too hard, since the Olympians had super speed. Once the sky bridge was repaired, they greeted their friends who had survived. The Cyclopes had helped Thalia, and she was currently on crutches. The Stoll brothers told Percy that Sally and Paul were all right, though they weren't allowed on Olympus. They also mentioned that Mrs. O'Leary managed to dig out Chiron from the rubble and carry him back to camp, and Chiron was still perfectly alive. Katie Gardner had reported that Rachel ran out of the Empire State Building at the end of the battle. They said she didn't look hurt when they saw her, but no one knew where she ran off to, which started to trouble Percy. Nico arrived with a hero's welcome. He got pats on the back and some compliments, which he didn't seem to mind, though he didn't give any replies. Hades looked stunned when his relatives clapped him on the back. Percy doubted he ever got such an enthusiastic welcome before. Clarice marched in, and Ares exclaimed,
"There's my girl! Come here, you!"
She felt a little overwhelmed, but eventually she began to smile. Percy couldn't help but feel happy for her. Then Hera came up to him. She sniffed it in disdain and then said, "I suppose I won't destroy you and the Athena girl now." "She did help me save your palace, you know," Percy said. "She was the one who convinced Luke to stop Kronos." She whirled away in a huff, but Percy figured their lives would be safe, at least for a little while. Then Dionysus walked up to him.
"Well, Percy Jackson," he said, "I see Pollux has made it through, so I suppose you aren't completely useless. It's all thanks to my training, I suppose."
"Right, thanks," Percy said.
"No," Mr. D said. "Thank you. As thanks for my bravery, Zeus has cut my probation in half, so now I only have 50 years left rather than 100 to put up with that miserable camp."
Percy tried to picture how he would put up with Mr. D until he was an old man, assuming he never lived that long.
"Don't get too excited, Johnson," he said. "I'm still planning on making your life very miserable."
Percy couldn't help but smile. "Naturally," he said.
"Indeed."
He went to check on Grover, who was breaking down in tears. "So many nature spirits dead, Percy," he whimpered. "So many." "You still did a great job, G-Man," Percy told him. "And don't worry, we'll come back and fix this. We'll plant new trees, we'll clean up the park, and your friends will be reincarnated into a better world." I suppose, Grover said. "It was still hard enough to get everyone to believe me about what Pan had told me. You think anyone will ever listen to me again after leading so many of them into a slaughter?" They will listen, Grover, said Percy, because you care about them. You care about the wild more than anyone. He tried for a smile. Thanks, Percy. I hope you know that I'm really proud to be your friend. Luke was right about one thing, G-Man. You're the bravest satyr I've ever known. Then Tyson came over, and he gave Percy a bear hug.
Yay, we're not dead, Tyson said. I like it when we're not dead. And we defeated Typhon. It was fun.
Tyson led us,
said one of his cousins.
He is brave,
said another.
Bravest of the Cyclopes,
said a third.
Tyson blushed. Oh, it was nothing.
No, they're right, Tyson, Percy said. I saw you. You were great. Then Poseidon came over, and the Cyclopes bowed. He smiled at Tyson, then raised an eyebrow at Percy. At first Percy was afraid he was going to get zapped, but then he spread out his arms and hugged Percy. Percy then realized he never really hugged his father before. His hug felt warm and calming, like a regular human hug.
I can't tell you how proud I am of you, Percy, Poseidon said. I've even forgiven you for sitting on my throne. You've saved Olympus. You've saved everyone. Well done, my son. You have risen above every hero, son. Not even Hercules had survived through as much as you have, which only makes you the greatest of... Poseidon, Zeus shouted. Are you too proud of your own accomplishments to join the rest of the council? Oh, I'm so sorry, Percy. Please forgive me. We'll talk later, Poseidon said. I would be honored, brother.
He went to join the rest of the Olympians, and the Olympian Council convened. Zeus started with a speech about the bravery of the gods and how they were grateful for the help of Poseidon and Hades, etc.
As for my brothers, Zeus said, we are thankful for the aid of Hades.
Hades had a smug look, but they figured he'd earned the right. He smiled and winked at Nico, and Nico looked more happy than anyone had ever seen him.
And of course, we must also thank, Poseidon, Zeus continued.
Oh, I'm so sorry, brother. What was that? Poseidon asked.
We must thank Poseidon, Zeus growled, without whom it would have been difficult.
Difficult? Poseidon asked.
Impossible to defeat Typhon.
Zeus hesitated. The Olympians murmured in agreement.
Which now leaves us, Zeus continued, only the matter of thanking our young demigod heroes, who defended Olympus so well, even if my fireproof sleeping chambers are burned down.
He called Thalia first, no surprise since she was his daughter, and he promised her help with filling in the hunters' ranks. Artemis smiled. You have done well, my lieutenant, she told Thalia. You have made me proud. All those hunters who perished in my service will never be forgotten, and will achieve Elysium. I can guarantee it. She glared at Hades, which made him nervous.
Oh, all right, he said.
Thalia beamed with pride. Thank you, my lady, she said. No, Artemis replied. Thank you, little sister.
Tyson, son of Poseidon, Zeus called. As for your bravery in leading your father's army, you are appointed a general in the armies of Olympus. You shall henceforth lead your brethren into war whenever you are required by the gods. And you shall be rewarded with a brand new and improved weapon. You shall carry... what sort of weapon would you prefer? A sword? An axe? A stick, Tyson said, raising his ruined club. Please? Very well, Zeus said. We shall award you with a new and improved stick. The best stick that may be crafted. Yay! Grover Underwood of the Satyrs, Dionysus called.
Grover walked over nervously.
As for your bravery and sacrifice, blah, 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 and since we have an unfortunate vacancy, the Olympians and I have talked and come to an agreement that it is only fitting we reward you with a promotion. We name you a member of the Council of Cloven Elders.
Grover must have been real happy at that moment, because he collapsed right there on the spot.
I'll take that as a thank you,
the wine god sighed.
Well, one of you could tell him he's no longer an outcast when he wakes up. Also that all the spirits of nature shall treat him as a lord of the wild, with all the rights and privileges and honors and blah, blah, blah.
Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena, Athena called. Annabeth squeezed Percy's hand. He gave her an encouraging smile. Then she stepped forward and knelt at her mother's feet. Athena smiled. You, my daughter, have exceeded all expectations. You have used your wits, your strength, and your courage to defend the city and our seats of power. It has come to our attention that Olympus is, well, trashed. The Titan Lord has done much damage that will have to be repaired. We can rebuild it by magic, of course, and make it just as it was, but the gods feel that it can be improved. We will take this as an opportunity, and you, my daughter, will design these improvements. Annabeth looked completely stunned. My lady? Athena smiled. You are an architect, are you not? You have studied the techniques of Daedalus himself. Who better to redesign Olympus and make it a monument that will last another eon? You mean I can design anything I want? Annabeth asked. As your heart desires, Athena answered. Make us a city for the ages.
Just as long as you have plenty of statues of me,
Apollo added. Oh, and you can't forget me, said Aphrodite.
And me too,
Ares shouted.
I'm not asking for much. Maybe just a few, like each one with a different weapon, like my favorite sword, my rocket launcher, my...
All right, she gets the point, Athena interrupted. Rise, my daughter, official architect of Olympus. Annabeth felt as if her legs turned to jello, but she managed to rejoin Percy. Way to go, he said. I guess I'll have to get started as soon as possible, she said. I'm gonna need a lot of paper and pencils for sure.
And last but not least, Zeus said, Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon.
Suddenly, the only noise in the room was the crackling from the hearth. All eyes were on Percy. Hestia smiled at him and gave him the courage to keep walking. He bowed to Zeus and knelt at his father's feet.
Rise, my son, he said. A great hero must be rewarded. Is there anyone here that would deny that my son is deserving?
Percy waited for someone to pipe up. He knew how the gods could hardly agree on anything with each other here, and he knew that a lot of them here still didn't like him after all this time, but not a single one of them protested.
The council agrees, Zeus said. Percy Jackson, you shall be awarded from the gods.
Any gift? Percy asked.
I know what you're going to ask, Zeus said. The greatest gift we Olympians can grant. We have not offered this to any hero in centuries, but if you wish it, Percy Jackson, you shall be made a god. Immortal, undying, forever young, etc. You shall serve as your father's lieutenant for all time.
Percy was stunned. Me? A god?
A dim-witted god, apparently, Zeus said. But yes, with an agreement from the entire council, I can make you immortal. Then I would have to put up with you forever.
Hey, that means I can smash him to a pulp as often as I want, Ares said, and he won't die. The fun in that would never have to end. I'm loving this idea already.
I approve as well, Athena said, though she was looking at Annabeth. For some reason, Annabeth tried not to meet Percy's eyes. Percy thought back 2 years ago when he thought Artemis offered her to be an immortal hunter, but it turned out that that offering had been for Thalia. Then he thought about the vision from the Fates, the aging and the gravesite. He could take Zeus's offering now and avoid all of that. He could be young and invincible forever. He would never have to worry about getting murdered again. Who could refuse that? Then he thought about his mom. She was probably downstairs somewhere wondering when he would come back down. It made him wonder if he would ever see her again if he took this offering. He thought about Grover, his brother, his friends at camp, wondering if he'd ever see them again after today. Then a thought occurred to him, the idea of staying alive while everyone just lived out their lives just before growing old and dying. He looked at Annabeth, realizing that that would include her. He just couldn't picture how he could leave all those people who were important to him. He thought about all the people that died during the war. Charles Beckendorf, Selena, Michael Yu, Ethan, and Luke. So many lives lost. He remembered what Luke made him promise, and for once, Percy actually agreed with Luke on something. He gave himself a minute to think on how to answer Zeus. He looked up at his father, then back at Annabeth, and kept thinking. And he thought, and thought, and thought some more. Then he looked up at Zeus. He took a deep breath. And then he said, "No." The council was silent. The Olympians frowned as if they felt like they misheard.
No? Zeus asked, with disappointment. You would deny the most valuable and generous gift we gods can grant, so valuable that anyone would kill for? Why?
Don't get me wrong, Percy said. I'm honored and all, but that's just not really the kind of life I want to live. Everyone remained staring at him, but now Annabeth started to smile, and that kind of made up for it. In fact, Percy continued, I do have one request. Would you promise to grant it?
If it is within our power, Zeus said.
It is, Percy said. I know it is. It's not even difficult, but I need all 12 of you to promise on the river Styx that you'll keep your word.
What, you still don't trust us? Mr. D asked.
Someone once told me, Percy said, looking at Hades, that you should always get a solemn oath. He could have sworn Hades smiled as if he were impressed that he taught Percy something.
Well then, Zeus said, in the name of the council, we swear on the river Styx to grant you a reasonable request as long as it is within our power.
Thunder boomed from outside, so that must have meant the deal was officially made. From now on, Percy said, I want all of you to properly recognize the children of the gods. And by all the children, I mean both the children of the major gods and minor gods.
Percy, what exactly do you mean? Poseidon asked nervously.
Look, this whole thing happened because so many demigods were unclaimed. It just made them all feel ignored, unimportant, abandoned, unloved. That's exactly what Luke felt. That's why he started this war. It's the biggest reason why Kronos was able to manipulate him so easily. Zeus glared at him.
You dare to choose?
No more unclaimed demigods, Percy said. That is my wish. I want you all to claim your children and must claim each and every one of them no later than their 13th birthdays. They won't be left out in the world at the mercy of monsters. I want them claimed and brought to camp so they can be trained right and survive. And the minor gods, Nemesis, Hecate, Iris, Morpheus, Janus, Hebe, they all deserve a general amnesty and a place at Camp Half-Blood. And their children shouldn't be ignored either. Also, Calypso and all the other kind and peaceful Titans should be pardoned too. And Hades?
Are you suggesting I'm less important than some minor god?
Hades roared. No, my lord, Percy said quickly. What I was about to say was that your children shouldn't be ignored either. They should have a cabin at camp, and Nico is living proof of that. No more unclaimed demigods will be crammed in the Hermes cabin anymore. They won't have to spend years wondering who their parents are. There should be cabins for children of all the gods. And the big three shouldn't try to force themselves to avoid having any further children. We all know that idea didn't work. There's living proof all around us. You've got to stop trying to get rid of powerful heroes just because of what you fear that they might do later. We're going to train them and accept them instead. All the children of the gods will be welcomed and treated with respect. That is my wish. Zeus snorted.
Is that all?
Percy,
Poseidon said.
you asked for much, son. You presume much.
I hold you to your oath, Percy said. All of you. He received a few steely looks. Then Athena was the first to speak up. The boy is correct, she said. We have been unwise to ignore our children. It proved the strategic weakness in this war and nearly caused our destruction. Percy Jackson, I have had my doubts about you, but perhaps... She glanced at Annabeth, then she spoke as if the words had a sour taste. Perhaps I was mistaken. I vote that we accept the boy's plan.
Zeus said, being told what to do by a mere child. But I suppose...
All in favor? Hermes said. Percy swore he was going to get outnumbered, but to his surprise, all 12 Olympians raised their hands. Thank you, he said.
On guard,
Poseidon shouted. Then Tyson and his cousins made an aisle for Percy to walk through.
All hail Perseus Jackson,
Tyson said.
hero of Olympus, and my big brother.
Percy walked out proudly with his friends right behind him, and for once, he left the Olympian Council without feeling edgy. They were on their way down the steps to the elevator when Percy spotted Hermes in a side courtyard of the palace. He told Annabeth he would catch up, and went to check on him. He was staring at an iris message in the midst of a fountain. The message showed various images of mortals' reactions to the aftermath of the Titan War. Scenes of news reporters making their reports, the president doing a news conference, even some images of civilians helping out one another, and some of them were even receiving some thank yous. But no one seemed to mention anything about Typhon or the Olympians, or even the monsters attacking, which was a relief.
a city's worth of comas in New York? Give me a break,
said one civilian. Over 3,000 years, Hermes said, and I'll never get over the amazing power of the mist. Absolutely amazing. Look at them. They already decided that Typhon was just a freak series of storms. Don't I wish. Although, there's going to be a lot of confusion for a while, especially in New York. You think it'll ever be the way it was again? Percy asked. I mean, before the battle? Oh, I'm sure it shouldn't be more than a few weeks, Hermes said. It is New York after all, and as the messenger of the gods, I should be able to help out with that. I'll even make sense of what's happening without revealing the truth. Maybe convince them it was just a freak earthquake or a solar flare. Anything but the truth. Lord Hermes, Percy said, I owe you an apology. And why is that, Percy? He asked. I thought you were a bad dad, Percy said. I thought you abandoned Luke because you knew his future and didn't do anything to stop it. Oh, I knew his future all right, Percy. I mean, more than just the bad stuff. You knew he would make the right choice, that he'd save the day in the end. You knew all of that, but you couldn't tell him, am I right? No one can tamper with fate, Percy. Not even a god, Hermes said. Even if I warned him, it would only make things worse.
Staying silent and staying away from my son was probably the most difficult thing I could have ever done with any of my children.
You had to let him find his own path and play his part in saving the world, Percy said.
It didn't help me at all to be mad at Annabeth,
Hermes sighed.
I foresaw she would have a part to play in his fate when Luke visited her. I thought perhaps she could do what I couldn't and find a way to save him. And when she refused to go with him, I could barely contain my rage.
She did save him, you know, Percy said. Luke died a hero by sacrificing himself to kill Kronos.
Oh, I appreciate your words, Percy. But Kronos is not dead. You can't kill the Titan Lord.
What? But then...
I don't know, Hermes said. None of us do. Blown to dust, scattered to the wind. With luck, he spreads so thin that he won't be able to form a conscience again, much less a body. But don't mistake him for dead. You could separate him from his hosts, maybe even expel his spirit back to his prison, but you can't kill him.
That made Percy wonder about the other Titans, but Hermes said that they went in hiding. He also mentioned that Prometheus sent a message with a bunch of excuses for supporting Kronos and keeping his head low. Also that Oceanus slipped back into the deep ocean when it was clear that Kronos had lost and Krios had fled and the Titan's palace on Mount Othrys had crumbled into ruins.
Meanwhile, Hermes continued, my son died believing I didn't care about him. I could never forgive myself.
I remember you telling me a long time ago, Percy said, that the hardest thing about being a god was not being able to help your children. Also, that you can't give up on your family, no matter how tempting they make it. Luke loved you. At the end, you realized his fate. I think he realized why you couldn't help him. He remembered what was important.
Maybe, but it's still too late for him.
You still have other children, said Percy. You can honor Luke by recognizing them. All the gods can do that.
They will try, Percy. We'll all try to keep our promise, and maybe for a while, things will get better. But we gods haven't always been good at keeping oaths, as you might have noticed. We eventually become forgetful. We always do.
But you can change, said Percy.
Hermes chuckled. After 3,000 years, you think we gods can change our nature?
If you put your mind to it, said Percy, then yeah, I do. Hermes seemed surprised by that.
Do you think Luke actually loved me after all that happened?
I'm sure of it.
Hermes smiled and said, Percy Jackson, you just might teach us a thing or two.
Percy continued down the path to the elevator, only to run into Athena with that same serious gaze she always gave him. So, Percy Jackson, she said, you shall stay mortal. Yes, ma'am, he said. And I would know your reasons for choosing so. I want to be a regular guy, Percy answered. I want to grow up and, have a regular high school experience. I want to live a good, happy life like any mortal would want. And my daughter? Athena asked. I just couldn't leave her, he admitted, especially not after what happened earlier. Or Grover, he added quickly, or my brother, or my mom, or... Oh, spare me, the goddess said. The power in her voice was enough to make his skin itch. I once warned you, Percy Jackson, that to save a friend, you would destroy the world. Perhaps I was mistaken. You managed to save both your friends and the world. But think very carefully about how you proceed from here. I have given you the benefit of the doubt. Don't disappoint me. Just to prove her point, she erupted in a column of flame. As soon as they entered the lobby, they found Percy's mom arguing with the security guard who forbid her from taking the elevator to Olympus. Oh God, it's Percy! She cried. She hugged the breath right out of him. Where have you been? We saw your signal, but that was hours ago.
I'm all right, Mom. Everything's all right.
Mr. Blowfus, Annabeth said. That was some wicked sword work back there.
Well, it just seemed like the right thing to do, he said. But is it true about the 600th floor that leads straight to Olympus?
Yeah, said Percy. It's really up there.
I'd really love to see that.
Paul, Sally chided, it's not for mortals. Anyway, the important thing is that we're all safe.
Percy was about to relax. Everything felt perfect at that moment. He, Annabeth, his parents, and all his friends were safe. They did it. But the life of a demigod was never so easy. Just then, Nico ran in. He quickly told Percy that Rachel took Blackjack and left. What? How could she get Blackjack to do what she wanted? Percy asked. Why would he listen to her? She said she was heading to the camp, Nico explained. She said it was important. I told her she can't, but she insisted. She's long gone. The streets were too messy to rely on a cab. All the other Pegasi fled, and the party ponies too. So Percy, Annabeth, and Nico headed to the water with a solution hatching in Percy's mind. She can never get through the defenses, said Annabeth. Peleus will eat her. Hey, Peleus will eat her, she repeated. Percy whistled, and his old friend, Rainbow the extra-large hippocampi, appeared. Hey, Rainbow, Percy said. How's it going, buddy? Sorry that Tyson's not here, but we need your help. Rainbow managed to carry the trio to the shores of Camp Half-Blood in less than 10 minutes. When they got there, the campers were gathered in front of the big house as Rachel just stood there perfectly still and facing the front door.
Don't blame me, boss,
Blackjack pleaded when he saw Percy.
The weird girl made me do it.
What is she doing? Annabeth demanded. How did she even get past the barriers? She just flew right in, one of the satyrs said. Peleus didn't even do anything to stop her. Percy tried to get closer.
Percy, no, don't. No one must interfere,
Chiron warned. But I thought you never let anyone try again, Percy said. That you...
I know, Chiron said, but I was wrong. Rachel had a vision about the curse of Hades. She believes it may be lifted now. She convinced me she deserves a chance.
And if the curse hasn't really lifted, what then? It could destroy her. Percy, Rachel said without turning around, it's okay. You'll be corrupted, Percy warned. She turned and smiled. This is where I belong, Percy, she said. I finally understand why. She sounded too much like Luke's mom, which really scared Percy. Then the house filled with bright green light, and the front door opened. When the light died, someone stepped out. It was...
the Oracle Mama.
Rachel held out her arms, and she didn't even look scared. You've waited too long, she said, but I'm here now. The sun started shining a little brighter. They didn't notice until seconds later, Apollo appeared. Apollo? What are you doing here? Percy asked. Well, it is my oracle, he said. I must see to the preparations. He turned to Rachel and said, Rachel Elizabeth Dare, you indeed possess the gift of prophecy. But you must understand that it is also a curse. Are you sure that this is the path you want to take? Rachel nodded. Yes, this is my destiny. Well then, he said, do you, Rachel Dare, accept the risks? I do. Then proceed. Rachel closed her eyes and said, I accept this role. I pledge myself to Apollo, god of oracles. I open my eyes to the future and embrace the past. I accept the spirit of Delphi, voice of the gods, speaker of riddles, seer of fate. They had no idea where she was getting those words, but they flowed out of her like the wind. Green smoke popped out of the mummy's mouth and flew into Rachel's. The mummy collapsed into dust, leaving nothing but her dress. Rachel collapsed, but Percy caught her. "Rachel, are you okay?" he asked. "Why do I have such a huge headache?" she asked.
"Ladies and gentlemen," Apollo said, "I present to you your new Oracle of Delphi."
"You've got to be joking," Annabeth said.
"Oh, I never joke when it comes to my Oracle," said Apollo.
"Never mind," she said. "It's surprising for me too, Percy," Rachel said, "but this is my fate. I saw it in New York. I know why I was born with true sight. I was meant to become the Oracle." "You're telling me you could see the future now?" Percy asked. "Not all the time," Rachel said, "but there are visions, images, words in my mind. Like when someone asks me a question, Her eyes glowed serpent green. Her voice became deep and very similar to the way Luke's mom sounded back at the house.
7 half-bloods shall answer the call. To storm or fire the world must fall. An oath to keep with a final breath, and foes bear arms to the doors of death.
Rachel collapsed, but Percy caught her. Her skin felt feverish. I'm all right," she said, with her voice back to normal. "What was that?" Percy asked.
"I believe," Apollo said, "we've just received the next great prophecy."
"But what does it mean?" "I can't even remember what I said," said Rachel.
"No," said Apollo, "the spirit of Delphi will only speak to you occasionally. The rest of the time, our Rachel will be just as much as she's always been. Oh, and Percy, I wouldn't worry too much about that prophecy. After all, the one about you took like 70 years to complete. This one may not even happen in your lifetime."
"It didn't sound too good, though," Percy said.
"No," said Apollo cheerfully, "but Rachel's gonna make a wonderful oracle."
It was hard to drop the subject, but Apollo insisted that Rachel needed rest. She did in fact feel really tired. "I'm sorry, Percy," she said. "Back on Olympus, I didn't really explain everything to you, but the calling frightened me. I didn't think you'd understand."
"I still don't," he admitted, "but I guess I'm happy for you."
She smiled. "Happy probably wouldn't be the word I'd use. Seeing the future isn't going to be easy, but it's my destiny. I just hope my family..." She didn't finish the sentence.
"Will you still go to that stupid school?" he asked.
"I already made a promise to my dad. I guess I'll have to try my best to act like a regular kid during the school year, but..."
"But now, you need rest," said Apollo.
Chiron mentioned that Rachel could use a guest room in the big house for now. It was better than a dusty attic, anyway. Apollo suggested she could have her own place built in the hills. A nice cave, maybe, with torches and a curtain. Rachel kissed Percy on the cheek. "Thank you, Percy," she said. "And don't worry. I don't really need to see the future to know that happiness awaits you." "I guess," he said. She turned and followed Apollo into the big house. The rest of the day was as strange as the beginning. As soon as everyone else got back to camp, some tended the wounded while others prepared burial shrouds for the dead. Of course, not every shroud included a body, since some heroes weren't as lucky, if you get the idea. There were shrouds for every hero who was lost in the battle, including one for Beckendorf. The camp counselors all came to an agreement that Selena died a hero, despite all her mistakes, so she got one too. And not just because Clarice made a few threats with her spear. There was even one for Ethan Nakamura. And yes, there was even one for Luke. By the time dinner was over, some kids went to the campfire, some went down to the beach, and others went to bed early. But Percy remained at the Poseidon table replaying the day in his head. He could see Grover in the distance as he strolled around with Juniper, which made him smile. "Hey," said a sweet voice. Annabeth appeared next to him carrying a misshapen piece of cake.
Happy birthday!
What? He asked.
It's your birthday, Seaweed Brain. It's still August 18th, right?
After all that fighting and talking, Percy had completely forgotten the fact that today was his birthday. The prophecy had come true right on schedule, and he hadn't even thought about the fact that he had turned 16 today. You made this yourself? He asked.
Well, Tyson helped me make it, she said.
That would explain why it looks like a chocolate blue brick with extra blue cement, Percy said.
Go ahead, make a wish.
And so he did. Then she broke it in two, and they both ate their pieces in one bite. They sat in silence as they stared into the horizon together.
So, you saved the world,
Annabeth said. We saved the world, he corrected.
And Rachel is the new Oracle, Annabeth said, so she won't be dating anybody.
You don't sound disappointed, Percy noticed.
Oh, I don't care,
Annabeth said, shrugging. Uh-huh.
You got something to say, Seaweed Brain?
Well, you'd probably kick my butt.
You know I'd kick your butt.
Well, when I was at the River Styx, Percy said, Nico said I had to concentrate on the one thing that kept me anchored to the world, the one thing that made me want to stay mortal.
Yeah?
Then, when the Olympians offered to make me immortal, he continued, I kept thinking.
Oh, you so wanted to, she said.
Well, maybe a little. Maybe at first. But I didn't because I thought, well, I didn't want things to stay the same way for eternity because things can always get better. And I was thinking... His throat started feeling really dry.
Anyone in particular?
She asked. Her voice was soft, and Percy realized she was trying not to smile. You're laughing at me, he complained.
No, I'm not,
she said. You're not making this any easier for me, Percy said. She giggled and put her hands on his cheeks.
I am never, ever gonna make anything easy for you, Seaweed Brain. So do me a favor. Get used to it.
She leaned forward and kissed him. It must have been like a zillion times better than that quick one she gave him in the labyrinth last year. He felt like his brain melted through his body. He could have stayed that way forever, but then...
Well, it's about time, Clarice teased.
Is there seriously no privacy around here? Percy complained.
Well, boys, looks like the lovebirds need some cooling off, she said. The Canoe Lake,
Connor shouted. They carried them to the water, but kept them close enough to hold hands. Annabeth was giggling, and despite his face turning red, Percy couldn't help but laugh too. They held hands right up until they were thrown in the water. Percy had the last laugh. He made an air bubble to help Annabeth breathe at the bottom of the lake. Their friends kept waiting for them to come up, but when you're a son of Poseidon, you don't have to hurry. And it was the best underwater kiss of all time. Camp ended late that summer, at least 2 more weeks, right up to the start of a new school year, and they were probably the best 2 weeks of Percy's life. Of course, Annabeth would have killed him if he said anything different, but a lot of other great stuff was going on too. Grover had taken over the Satyr Seekers and was sending them out across the world to find new unclaimed half-bloods. So far, the Cods kept their promise. New demigods were popping up everywhere, not just in America, but in some other countries as well, including Canada, Brazil, Europe, etc. We're gonna need a bigger travel budget, Grover said. And more satyrs. You're gonna do great, Grover, said Percy. After all, a lot of us wouldn't have gotten here if it hadn't been for you.
Oh, stop, he said, blushing.
Plus, if it hadn't been for you, well, a lot of us probably wouldn't have met each other.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
They watched as the new cabins were under construction. Nico had some undead construction workers working on the Hades cabin. Even Tyson and his cousins were helping out. Other new cabins included Nemesis, Hypnos, and Hecate. They should have expected more on the way, including Iris, Nike, Hebe, and Tyche. But there were so many other gods out there, who knew how many more cabins they were going to need? Because of this, the Hermes cabin was a lot less crowded now, because all the other unclaimed kids had received signs from their godly parents. It happened almost every day, and every day, more Seder guides were bringing more new kids. It's going to be a lot different next summer, Percy said. Chiron's expecting twice as many campers. Yeah, but it'll be the same old place, Grover said. His smile dropped and said, just so you know, I'll be doing a lot more traveling now. Not just with finding more kids, but also with protecting nature and attending councils around the world. I won't be able to see you guys as much. That won't change anything, said Percy. You're still my best friend. Yeah, well, except for Annabeth, of course, Grover said. Well, you know, it's sort of different, said Percy. Yeah, you might be right, said Grover. I love you guys, he whimpered, and the trio had a group hug. Later that day, Percy was taking one last walk along the beach when he spotted his dad doing some fishing. Dad? What are you doing here? Percy asked.
Well, we never really got to talk in private back there, now did we? Poseidon said, and I've been needing to thank you.
Me? But you came to the rescue.
Yes, and I got my palace destroyed in the process, but, you know, they can always rebuild. I've gotten so many thank you cards from the other gods, even ones from Ares and Athena. Although, I'm pretty sure her father and his mother just talked them into it. It's rather gratifying, so thank you, son. I suppose even the gods can learn new tricks. And you're doing quite well with those new cabins, by the way. I suppose you'll be looking forward to having new brothers and sisters to keep you company next summer, once I start looking for my other children.
Yeah, good one, Dad. That was a joke, wasn't it? Poseidon gave him an inside joke wink, and Percy still couldn't tell if he was joking or not.
I'll see you soon, Percy, he said, and remember, no which fish are big enough to land.
With that, he dissolved in the sea breeze, leaving his fishing pole behind. At the end of the day, the bead ceremony rolled in. The Hephaestus cabin designed the newest bead this year, and this time everyone got one with the same design. It had a picture of the Empire State Building. Written around it in Greek letters were the names of all the heroes who gave their lives in the Battle of Manhattan. The big amount of names seemed a little depressing, but Percy and his friends were all proud to wear them. Percy now had 4 beads. It made him think back to the first time he attended the campfire at Camp Half-Blood back when he was 12. He felt so at home. At least that part hadn't changed.
Never forget this summer, Chiron told them. We have discovered bravery, friendship, and courage this summer. We all have upheld the honor of the camp.
Percy smiled, and everyone cheered. That evening, while at the campfire, Percy noticed a familiar little girl in a brown dress tending the flames, and she winked at Percy with her glowing eyes. No one else seemed to notice her, but Percy realized maybe she preferred it that way.
And now, Chiron said, early to bed. Remember, you must vacate your cabins by noon tomorrow, unless you've made arrangements to stay the year with us. The cleaning harpies will eat any stragglers, and I'd hate to end the summer on a sour note.
Somehow, everyone slept peacefully that night, and for once, no nightmares happened. The next morning, Percy and Annabeth stood on top of Half-Blood Hill. They watched the shuttle buses pull away, taking most of the campers back to their real world. A few old-timers would be staying behind as usual, and a few of the newcomers. But Percy was heading back to Good High School for his sophomore year. It was the first time in his life he made it through 2 years in a row at the same school.
"See you guys around,"
Rachel said. "You gonna be okay?" Percy asked her.
"I am a little worried," she said. "What if someone asks me questions and I suddenly sprout out a prophecy right in the middle of class?" "I'm sure Apollo will cover everything," said Annabeth, "and you'll do great next year."
"Thanks," Rachel said, and the girls gave each other a hug. That seemed rather strange. All of a sudden, Annabeth started getting along fine with Rachel. Percy didn't know what to make of that, or how it could just happen after all that had previously happened.
"Well, you two be good to each other now,"
Rachel said. Then she waved goodbye and ran down the hill to catch her ride. Annabeth, thank goodness, would be staying in New York. She mentioned to Percy that she had gotten permission from her father to attend a boarding school in the city, so she could be close to Olympus and oversee the reconstruction on Olympus. "And close to me?" he asked.
"Well, somebody's got a big sense of his own importance,"
she said, smiling. She laced her fingers through his. He remembered what she told him in New York about building something permanent, and he thought just maybe they were off to a good start. "Have you been thinking about Rachel's prophecy?" he asked. She frowned.
"How did you know?"
"Well, I guess it's because I know you." She smiled with satisfaction.
"Okay, so I have," she said. "I just wonder who will be part of that new prophecy. We're going to have so many new faces next year."
"It could just be another problem for another generation, like Apollo said Percy. Then we could just kick back and enjoy." She nodded, though she still seemed uneasy. He didn't blame her, though it was hard to feel too upset on such a nice day. With her next to him, knowing that they weren't really saying goodbye, they had lots of time. "Race you to the road?" he suggested.
"Oh, you are so gonna lose," she said.
She rocketed down the hill, and Percy sprinted after his new girlfriend. And for once, Percy did not look back.